Hello awesome developers, I'm Zain and today I'm gonna show you how can we make the full stack MERD real estate web application, in which first we have this beautiful marketing website. It's all here, and it's amazing to see that along with the web app we also have the marketing website. Then on the top of this website we have this properties page. We can click on this and can see all the residencies available on our website. We can also search either by title, city or country. Let's say I search for the residencies available in Pakistan. I can visit each residency by clicking on the specific card. Let's say I visit this. I can even see its location on the map. Here you can see as it is saying Karachi, Pakistan. So it is pointed at Karachi in Pakistan. Very cool stuff. And then we can see all the facilities available in this residency and its beautiful image. We can also book our visit to this residency. But oops, we have to log in. So we can log in this application by clicking on this button on the very top. And here we can log in either by our Google account or by email and password. We can also do a sign up. And in case if you have forgotten your password, then you can also do forgot password. All mechanism is here. So let's say I am logging in with my email and password. I do continue. And here I am logged in. You can see my profile image on the very top. Now I again go to properties. I go to a residency here. And if I try to book my visit, a beautiful calendar pops up. Let's say I select the date 21. I book my visit and this toast message will come up and say you have booked, we will contact you soon. It's also giving me the information of my booking. I can see all of my booked residencies in the booking section. Here is my residency and even I can like any residency. Let's say if I like this, then a toast again come. Here it is, add it to favorite, and I can also remove this. I can perform similar type of adding and removing from favorites within the residency detail. To make this project even more exciting, I have added a feature of adding your own residency to be listed. So here, first of all, you can select country. Let's say I search for India, and here it comes up with its flag. And now I'm going to India. I set city as Delhi, okay, and then let's say any random address of street number 2, and here you can see I am in New Delhi, and if I give more precise location, it will get the location on map. I can click on next step and I can always go back and forth. My all data would be saved. So next step, now I can upload the image. I can browse my files by clicking on this button. And let's see if I have any house image. Yes, here I have few. So let's say I click on this one. Okay. So our image is uploaded. Go to next step. Add some basic information. We also have the proper form validations here. Let's say if I skip the title and I try to go next step, then it says must have at least 3 characters. Similarly, we have this validation on all the inputs. So let's make it correct. Go to next step. Now we have to add some more basic details. Let's say there are 5 rooms, number of parkings, let's say 2, and bathrooms are 3. Add this property, it's submitting, and yes, it is added successfully. Now if I go to properties page, here is ZKC Villa that we have just added. Isn't it amazing? Our complete project is responsive for all kind of devices. It has a similar good look on mobile, tablets or computer screens. You can also share the URL of any residency to a person who has not logged in, and he can easily see just by visiting the URL. So let's open it in another browser, paste the URL, and here I am directly on the residency page and it's giving me all the information. But yes, I can't book my visit and I cannot like because I have not logged in. So this is an amazing project to brush up your skill, and this is equally suitable for beginners as well as for experienced developers. It will give you a hands-on experience for making real-world lengthy projects. Let's talk about the tech stack. We will be using the MERN, which consists of MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. To ensure seamless authentication flow, we will implement the Auth0 for both client-side and backend routes using JWT. To enhance our schema's robustness, we will implement Prisma with MongoDB. For creating various components, we will utilize the Maintain UI library as needed. Maintain also provides form validation capabilities. To handle multiple queries, cache data, and manage invalidation, we will leverage Reactjs, which is an excellent tool for data fetching. Additionally, you will learn how to use multiple React hooks like useState, useEffect, useContext, and even your own custom hooks according to your needs. At the end, we are also going to deploy our application on Vercel. So it's a complete package of full stack development. Let me know down in comments if you are excited about these projects and if you want to see like these projects in future as well. Let's get started. Let's see how I have formatted this tutorial. The front end of marketing website is already out on the channel. I will pin the video and GitHub code link in the description, which will be available for all of you. We will take the same repo and then backend and finally rest of integration. Enough talk. Now let's go to our computer screen and start building this. Let's install all the requirements for following this tutorial properly. The first thing you have to install is an LTS version of Node.js. So here if you write download Node.js, then on this link download Node.js, you can install the Windows installer if you are on Windows. Otherwise for the Apple you can install MacBook, and if you are on the Linux then you can install this tar file. So as I am on the Windows, I can install this one by clicking on this button. The download will start. As I have already installed, so I am just cancelling this, but you can easily install this. It's a straightforward process of next and install. Now to verify the installation, what I will do, I will go to my command promote, and here in the command promote I will write node -v. It is giving the version of my Node.js, which is 18.14.0. It's mean the node is installed correctly. The next requirement is the yarn. So yarn can only be installed once you have installed the Node.js properly. To install the yarn, this is the command npm install -g and yarn. So I am just copying this, pasting it here, hit the enter button. Okay, here it was a very quick process as I have already installed the yarn, but on your side it could take almost 1 minute, depends on your internet connection. So that's it from the requirements point of view. Now we can start our tutorial. Here I am in a blank directory. I will make a new folder here and let's say the full stack real estate YouTube. Okay, in this, here I am opening this with the VS Code. Okay, sorry, here my VS Code, and in this directory I am going to make two folders. The first folder is the client side and the second folder is the server side. So we are going to start this tutorial from the server side. As I said before, that first we are going to make the complete backend. Now open the terminal. You can open the terminal by pressing Ctrl+J, and here write cd server to move the server directory. Now inside the server directory, write yarn init to initialize a general package file. It would ask some general questions. You can just hit the enter button, and yeah, it's done. The package file is here. Now inside the server, I am going to make a new file with the name of index.js. It's time to install all the required packages for making this backend. Let's make the font a little bigger in the terminal so you can see it easily. Okay, clear the terminal, and here I am going to write yarn add. The first package is going to be the cookie parser, then the course, .env express server, and the express, I am installing all the packages at once, so we should not bother to handle the packages again and again. Okay, the next one is express async handler, and then the other one is express auth 2 jwt and bearer. I know it's a little bit lengthy name. I think it's cutting off, so I'm, yeah. Now here you can see it properly. Express auth 2 jw2 barrier. The next one is nodemon to run the server automatically every time we change any file, and then the prisma. The last one is prisma client. I swear it's last. Okay, now hit the enter button. It will install all the packages. So here all the packages have been installed. You can verify the installation by going to package.json, and all the packages are listed here. Okay, let's try to start our server just for testing if it's running correctly or not. I will start by importing the required packages like import express from express, but it would not work like this. To make it work with the import expressions, we have to specify the type module in the package.json. So here I would say the type would be as module this time. Let's save this. Now these imports would work fine. Okay, after this the second package is the .env. So import .env from .env. Add the third, import cookie parser from cookie parser. Okay, it's imported correctly by that suggestion. And then import course from course. The second, the last one is configuration of the .env. So here .env .config. So now it's able to listen our .env files. Okay, let's initialize our application by writing const app is equal to express, and then we have to specify our port. So to specify the port, it should be something credential, or you can say something secret, that on which port we are going to run our server. So to keep something secret, what we use .env file. So here I am going to make an env file, and here I will say port is equal to 8000 like this. Let's save this, and then here I will say const port is equal to process.env.port. okay, and yeah, I can also specify the fallback as 3000 if somehow the 8000 is not working, or somehow it's not able to read this port, then it can take 3000 as a fallback. Now I would say app.use our express.json, and then these are just one-time setup to make our server run. The cookie parser, the app.use, it should use the course, so we should not see the cross origin errors. Now let's start the server by saying app.listen on our port, and then when it starts listening, then in the console log, you can also do the console log by just writing clg, so it's a shortcut of console log. Let's say server is running on port yeah, like this one. Let's make the backticks. We can run it traditionally by writing like yarn index.js, but it would not be the best case in the development. So for the best experience the development in the package.json, I would specify some scripts. So in the scripts, I would like to have a start command which would say nodemon index.js. So what it will do, nodemon is a package that will continuously listen our index.js. So if we make any change in the index.js, then it would automatically restart our server. It's just that. Let's save this, and now in the terminal write yarn run start. Okay, here it is saying server is running on port 8000, means our server has started working correctly and it's running on port 8000, which means our .env is also running fine. The next thing we have to do is to make a database on mongodb.com. So let me open my browser, and here I am writing mongodb.com. Let's do a sign in. I am signing in with my Google account. Here is button to log in with Google. Let's click on this. Now I am at the dashboard of my MongoDB. If you have not set up a project yet, then you can easily do it by clicking on this create new project. I already have one with the name of real estate, so I am using this. Let's browse the collections. This is my previous collection real estate, which I used for doing the demo at the start. So now I'm going to make a new database, and this time I'm going to write name as real estate YouTube. Then we have to give the first collection name. Let's say this time I'm saying as user, and create. So there would be a collection with the name of user in my database. Let's see. So here it is, the new database with the name of real estate YouTube and a collection name of user. Now there are some things that you should consider while setting up this. You should go to your network access, and in the network access you should allow this IP address 0.0.0/0. This means anyone can access your database, because for the purpose of the development we should do this. And you can also add your own IP address. You can easily do this by clicking on this button, add IP address, and here write 0.0.0/0. As I have already added, so I am not adding another time. And you can also add your specific IP address by clicking on this add current IP address. Okay, now the next thing you should consider is the database access. In the database access, you should have your username, and each username has its own password. So you should be remembering that password when you are going to set up the MongoDB for first time. It would ask you for the password, so just remember that. Okay, so you can also edit your password by clicking on this button, and here you can make a new password, you can update the user. So it's very general setting. Now let's go to our project again, and inside the server directory I am going to make a new folder with the name of Prisma. Inside the Prisma, I'm going to make a file with the name of schema.prisma. Basically, Prisma is an abstraction of our database layer. We could have many databases like the PostgreSQL, MySQL, or MongoDB. So what Prisma provides, it gives us a general way to deal with all kind of databases. It provides an abstraction layer and abstraction method that could be used on any type of database, and it makes the whole process so much handy. The developer experience would become so much easier when you have to write the queries in the same approach, no matter what kind of database is behind the scenes. So to set up the Prisma, first we have to write generator client. By the way, one thing that I forget to mention, that you should be installing the Prisma extension, which is available in the VS Code. So here if I write Prisma, this extension, you should install this. It would give you the code highlighting of Prisma syntax, and it also provides the auto suggestion. So I have already installed. You can install by clicking on this install button. Okay, so in the generator I have to specify the provider. So provider is going to be the Prisma client JS. The next thing is data source. So we can specify data source as data source DB. The first thing is provider, which type of database it is. So it is a MongoDB, and the second one is the URL access. So for making the URL access, I'm just going to say it as database URL in my .env file, because the env should be something confidential. So here in the .env, I would make a constant with the name of database URL. Let's copy and paste here. Now the thing is, how can we get this URL? If I again go to my MongoDB dashboard, and here in the database I have this connect button. Let's click on this. Then on the very first I have this option, which is the drivers. Let's click on this, and here it is giving us method how we can connect Node.js with our MongoDB. So you would also have your own link which should look like this. So just copy this and in our code paste it like a string like this, and if I make it alt z, yeah, so here is the complete URL. So here right now the password field is not entered yet. What I am going to do, I will replace this field with my own original password. You should be doing with your password. By the way, after this recording I would change my password, but right now you can see my password is ZAINKEEPSCODE database. Okay, now the next thing is we also have to specify which database we are going to connect, and we could specify this here before this question mark. As you know, in my MongoDB there are two databases right now. If I go to browse collection, the first one is my previous one, real estate, and the second one is this one, real estate YouTube. So we have to specify which database we are going to connect. As this time I am going to connect this database, so I will write its name here just before the question mark as real estate YouTube. Let's save this. Let's also save this. By the way, whenever you include something from the .env, so you should restart your server. So I am going to server directory and here write yarn run start. Okay, it's running fine on port 8000. Now let's continue with our schema. So in our schema, there would be only two models. The first model would be the residency, or you can say as property, and the second one would be the user. Let's start by making the user. So here I will say model user. So each user would have its own ID. So the type of ID is going to be the string, and here at the rate ID, I would explain what I am writing here, but let me complete the code first, then I will tell you what it's exactly doing. And then db.object id. Okay, so first of all I have stated that make a field with the name of id in the collection of user, then the type of that id is a string. Now I'm saying this is the id of a MongoDB. So to specify that it is an id of MongoDB, you know, in the MongoDB the type of id is an object. So here I have specified db.object id. Now here I am saying it should be automatically generated. User should not be sending it in payload or make it manually. It should be something that is on the backend side, should be generated automatically. And then I am saying in the database it should look like this underscore id. In the model I am saying it as id, but in the database it should be looking like as underscore id. In short, you can say in database id is a representation of a unique document. Okay, now the next thing is the name. Each user must have its name, so it's going to be a string. The third one is email. The email is very interesting thing because in our application we are identifying each user by its email. So to identify each user by its email, we should make the email property as unique. Let's format the code, Shift Alt F. The next field is image. The next one is booked visits. So booked visits, and it's going to be a type of JSON array. And then I think the last one is favorite residencies id. Okay, I can also make this, it is an array of strings. And then in the db I can say it as db into object id, because the favorite residencies is a list of IDs, and these IDs are a type of MongoDB object ID. Therefore here I am specifying as @db.object_id. It would make sense very shortly. I know this time it's a little bit confusing because you are seeing the model of schema, the model of Prisma for the very first time, so it could be confusing, but believe me, it would make sense very shortly when we play it more and more. Now the next model is residency, or you can say as property. It's just convention, it's your choice. Here I'm again going to make it as string, and what can I do? I can copy all of these settings, paste them here. In short, you can just remember that this is a convention to say that it is an ID field of MongoDB. The next one is title of property, and then the description. The next one is price. The price should be integer, and then the address, which is again going to the string. Let me just copy and paste some more things which are very common. Let's format the code. Okay, so here is the address, the city name, country, image of the residency, the facilities is again going to be an JSON object, and then the user email. The next field is very interesting, which is who is the owner of this residency. You know, the owner must be a user of our application, and users are stored in the user collection. So here, instead of giving it an other type like the string or anything else, I would say the type of owner is a user. Means it's a document in our user collection. Let's specify the relation by the Prisma syntax. I would say it's a relation of being owner, and the fields against which it is mapping. The fields are user email in the residency schema, and then the reference means the cross reference in the user collection is the email. Okay, let's format the code. So let me repeat once again. Owner is a type of user, means every owner is an instance of user collection. Now the relation, we have specified the name of relation, which is the owner. Now we are saying in our current model, it is against the user email, and it references the email in the user collection. I think now it's making sense to you. There is an error that we can see. It is highlighted by VS Code itself, as we have installed the Prisma extension, and it is saying residency is missing an opposite relation field on the model user. In easy terms, it is saying that here you have specified the relation name owner, but I am not able to see any relation of type owner in the user model. So what it is expecting, that here should be a relation with the name of owner. Let's make this. So here I would say on residencies. As one user can have many residencies, he is not limited to any one property. So therefore I am using a type of array, and here I would say it's a type of residency but an array. Now specify the relation name. So I would say the relation name is owner. Okay, here it's giving error. It should not be right there. Yeah, now the error has been gone because we have specified the relationship this owner relation with this. Now it is in both the model, so the Prisma is satisfied that the relationship is completed now. Okay, the next thing that we can include here is default fields like created at. The type is date time. By default it's now, and then updated at, and it should not be by default at, it should be at updated at. Yeah, so our model structure has been completed. We have specified our client, we have specified our MongoDB, we have specified both the models, and it is the total requirement for making the schema of this application. Let's save this file, open the terminal, and I'm opening a new terminal. Go to server, and here I'm writing some commands related to Prisma. So here I'm writing npx prisma db push, allow the access, and it's completed. The next command we have to write is npx prisma generate. Okay, so yeah, now our client has been generated. So that's the total setup. Now if I go to my MongoDB, and let me go here, let's refresh our total collections, and here you can see we have not made the residency collection. It is automatically created by the Prisma as we did the Prisma DB push. So it has created both the models, the residency and the user. Now when we are going to query the data and when we are going to insert the data by Prisma, it would follow the same structure, same schema as we have described here. How cool is this? I know you are excited to work more with the Prisma, so let's get ahead. I was reviewing the code and I found that there is a little thing that we have missed. We should make two more fields unique here. Let me specify it as fields, make the syntax correct. The address and the user email in our residency should be unique. You know, the user email is going to be the user email of our owner, and the address, each property should have a unique address. Therefore, we have specified these two fields as unique fields. The next thing that we have to fix is here in the favorite residencies ID, I have made this I as small. Let's make it capital, Control S, and then I again have to run the Prisma commands. But before doing this, let me delete my collections. I'm going to delete residency, so just copy and paste the name here. I am also deleting the user, so user like this, and in the terminal I am again writing the command npx prisma db push, and the next command is npx prisma generate. Now it's done, so we are good to go. Let's move forward in our tutorial. As the client has been generated by Prisma now, if I open the terminal, you remember here the output of our npx prisma generate was this. So I'm just making a Control C from there, and in my server directory I am making a new folder with the name of config, and in the config I am making a file with the name of prismaconfig.js. Here I am simply pasting the code from the terminal. Okay, so this is our Prisma client now, and at the end I would say as export this Prisma. So our Prisma configuration is completed. It's time to add the routes for our backend so that we can send and retrieve data from our backend. So to make the routes in our server directory, I'm going to make two folders. The first one is routes, and again inside the server the other folder is going to be the controllers. Now inside the routes, make a file with the name of user routes or maybe user route.js, and similarly in the controller make user controller, use the shorthand form like the user controller.js. Now in the user route.js I am going to import express from express, and then I would make a router object from express.router. Okay, I want to mention that we would implement the JWT authentication at the later stage of this tutorial. For now we will just make the simple routes to send and retrieve the data. Okay, so make it bigger like this. Express route, our first route is going to be a route to register a user. So here I can say router with the method of post, and here I would say register. Now there will be a function, I said create user. I will make the create user inside the user controller. So inside the user controller make const create user async handler. Let's import the async handler first. So import async handler from express async handler. Okay, now the next thing I will import is the Prisma. So import Prisma from I am importing it from our same Prisma client that we made in the config. So inside the config prisma config.js. Now I can continue this function async handler async and request response. This is the basic format of making an API, that it will give response as a result and request as the inputs, or you can say the input parameters. Now I can say here as console log creating a user, format the code, and I will first extract the email of the user from request.body, and then simply I would say console log email. So when I'm going to hit the register endpoint, then it will simply console log means print the email that I will send as a payload. Okay, now in the user route, uh, it's not giving me out suggestion, so I can import create user. I think here I have to export this one, so I can say as export const create user. Now it should give me an auto suggestion. Okay, yeah, here it is. Let's format the code again. Let me repeat again what I did. First, I have specified the request method, which is going to be a post request to the endpoint of register. And then when someone's hit the register endpoint, then the function of create user would execute. Okay, so if I go to control user controller, then inside the create user function is only printing the email that we will send as a parameter. So let's test this. Okay, our server is still running. What I am going to do inside the Thunder client, by the way, you can install Thunder client by going to the extension and here write Thunder client. It's just alternative of Postman. Okay, so search for Thunder client and you can install this extension. I really love this extension. I use this extension in most of my projects. So in the Thunder client, I'm going to the collections and making a new collection with the name of YouTube real estate. Inside the YouTube real estate, let's make a new request. Okay, I think that was not created there. Here, make a new request. Create a user, the name of request. And here I will set the method as post. And then I would say HTTP localhost 8000. I should delete this. Let me check again my route. Okay, so inside the user route, this one is register. Now to give a starting point, or you can say to register this endpoint to our application, means to our server, what we have to do here, I will say app.use. I would make a route API, then user, and use the auth route. We have not exported the auth routes, so let's do it as well. At the very end here, I would say export router as auth route, or you can simply say it as user route because it would overcomplicate this. Okay, so it's a user route, and here I will say it as user route. Yep, it's automatically imported. Let's save this, check our server. It's crashed. It is saying, do you mean to? Okay, yes. The problem with the auto suggestion is it does not include the extension, or you can say the type of file. So here I have to manually say .js. Let's save this and start the server again by writing yarn run start. It's again crashed. I think the problem is cannot find module. Let me see this. Here is the user route. Is the user route, and inside the user route I am exporting this one. The problem is again same. Here it has not specified .js. So now yeah, our server is again up and running. Now we can test our endpoint. So I'm again going to my Thunder client. Here I am saying it as API. As you know, in the index.js I have specified the starting of our API as the /API route, and then I am specifying the different types of route like the user property. So this is the method to connect our user routes with our application. Here I will say as register, and in the body I would say as email is equal to, let's say, zain@gmail.com, or more simply zainkeepscode@gmail.com. hit the send button and cannot post API register. Let me see what's happening wrong here. Yeah, the problem is I forget to add the user. So here after the API I should specify the user because we are registering a user. So now let's send and wait for the response. I think there would be no response, there would be only a console log. So there is a console log, ZAINKEEPSCODE@gmail.com. so it's done now. Cancel the request. Now let's complete our first route. Okay, so inside the user controller, deleting this console log and moving forward from this point. First I will check if the user is already registered or not. So to make this, I would make a constant with the name of user exists, await prisma.user. So here we are using our Prisma client. It knows all of our schema, all of our unique keys, all of our relations. So now we just have to play with this client. So there is a method which says find unique, where email is equal to email. So it's self-explanatory what here Prisma is doing. Within the user collections, it is finding a unique document where the email field of the user is equal to our email. Okay, or you can simply say it as this. Both would work fine. But to explain it more clearly, I am writing this. Now if there is a user with this unique email, then the user exists would be true, otherwise it would be false. You can see the explanation of all of these queries on official Prisma website. You can say they have all kind of relations, they have a very cool documentation you can read from here. So it's very easy. Or if you don't want to read the whole documentation, you can still learn a lot of things from this tutorial. Okay, so if there is a user, then it would return true to the user exists. And here I say only run ahead if user does not exist, because we only want to register a new user if he is not already registered. So first of all, I will make a user document. I would say await prisma.user create, and the data is equal to request.body. Now in the response, as you know, we have specified the response here. So I am saying response.send message user registered successfully, and the details of user is this one. Let's format the code again. So this was the scenario if the user is not already registered. What it did, it has created a user document inside the user collection with the data as the email. Now if it's not the case, then what it will do, it will send the response with the status code of 201, and in the JSON it would say the message user already registered. Let's format the code again, save this, and inside my endpoint, means inside my Thunder client, I am again going to send request. Let's wait for the response here, and yeah, it is saying user registered successfully, and these are the details of our user. Now if I again try to register, then it should say that user is already registered. Okay, so send. Here it is saying 201. Then why it's saying created? Let me check the database again inside the users. Yeah, I think there is something wrong in sending the response of else statement. Let me check again. User controller. If I say here a status of 201 and then send this one and try again. Yeah, now it's giving a proper response. By mistake I did something wrong here. It should be response with the status code of 201 and then send the message of user already registered. Here you can see, and if I check my database, you can see there is only one user with this email ZAINKEEPSCODE. I can also refresh to double check. Yeah, there is only one document. Have you seen how easy is this to make a connection with the Prisma to our MongoDB and then use it in our Node.js application? That's a very cool thing about Prisma, and I really like this. So our first endpoint is completed successfully without any JWT authentication. Now we are going to make our more routes regarding the properties. So now I will take the linear approach from top to bottom. This time app.use API. Here I would say residency, and there I would say residency route. Now I have to make a file with the name of residency route. So inside the route, let's make a file residency route.js as I did in the user route. So similar stuff I will do here. Just copy this, paste it here, and delete this from the controllers. Export route as residency route. I am also deleting this. Let's save this and inside the index.js. Okay, and let me close this one. You can press Ctrl plus space to achieve an auto suggestion. It is giving me a correct path of this residency route. Let's click on this and it's imported. Let's save this. Now inside the residency route, I am going to make our first endpoint to make a property, or you can say residency, in our application. So I would say router dot post type of HTTP request, and here create residency could be a function. Let's copy the name, and inside the controllers I am making a new folder with the name of residency controller.js. Yep. So similar stuff as I did in the user controller. I am just copy this and pasting it here. Now I also have to import the Prisma. So I would say import Prisma from go outside config into Prisma config.js. Okay, there is one thing that I forget, that again it was not using the .js format, so I should make it right. Now this time it's using the right format of .js, so it should be fine here. Create residency. Inside residency controller, I am making export const create residency async handler, the async request with the request and a response. Yeah, I would say here console log endpoint created. Let's save this. Here try to achieve the auto suggestion by the similar method and include the .js at the end to avoid the errors. Let's save this and see in the terminal our app is crashed. Let's see why it's again crashed. Okay, the problem is same. I think it should not be a problem right now because we have declared Prisma very clearly that the Prisma config is not a valid package name. Okay, let me import Prisma again then. Okay, so I have again written the import statement. Let's see the terminal. Yeah, now it's working fine. I think I made some mistake in the relative path. Okay, I am again going to Thunder client and here make a new request. Create residency. Make it a post request. Opening it side by side. I think it doesn't support side by side view. So what I can do here, I am just copying this complete path, pasting it here, and this time this is a residency. So residency into, let me see what I said here, create. Okay, so here I would say it as create, and let me hit the endpoint. Let's see the terminal, and it is saying endpoint created, means it's working fine. I am deleting this console log, and at the very step I will extract all of the data from the request payload. Okay, so here I will write const title, or more what we can do, we can see our schema here, the schema Prisma app, opening it side by side. So these are all the fields for residency. So as IDs auto generated, So I will extract out the title. Okay, let me make it small like this. Yeah, so I will extract out the title, the description, price, address, and country, of course, the city, facilities, the image, and user email. All of these things are also mentioned here. Let me format the code by Alt Z, and as I am going to extract all of them from our request, so here I would say request.body.data, same as we did in our user controller. Yes, here. Okay, this time I am also specifying the data so that in the payload we can use a more specified format by enclosing all of this data in a data object. Now, and just for safe measure, I can also do a console log of my received payload, so like this one, and then I will make a try catch block. So in the catch, if error dot code is equal to P2002, then what say, then throw a error, a residency with this address already. Okay, so a residency with address already here, or you can say already there. So what is this P2002? This is a specific code that would be returned if the condition of a unique address would be violated. Okay, and then if it's not the case, then throw new error, and the error would be I think we should make this simple by error dot message, like this one. Let's save, and yeah, that's it. It's time to create the data in our database. So inside the try block, I would make a const residency, which is going to be the await prisma dot residency dot create. As you know, in the database the name of second collection is residency, therefore I am targeting it as residency, and the similar name I have specified in the schema, so everything is connected with our model. Okay, so I'm going to create the data. Data would be title, description, price, country, everything that I mentioned here. So similar stuff I mentioned here. Let me format the code. Now the only thing that I have to change is this user email, because you know the user email in our model is a relationship which have been used, which have been used in the owner field. So what I have to do with this user email here, instead of saying this as user email, I would say owner is equal to connect it with the email as user email. Okay, so what I did, that the user email we are receiving from our payload, now I am going to connect it with our owner field, and owner field is in return connected with our user field, so the user collection. So what it is here doing, the owner field would be connected with the user collection, and it will use the email part as our sent user email. And if all of this request is successful, then send a response of with the message residency created successfully, and also send residency detail. Let's format the code. Okay, here in the endpoint, now in the body I am going to send some data. Data is an other object. So the first thing is title. Let's say title is a beautiful house. Then the description. Okay, let me it's a great place to live. The next one is price. So for the price I would say it as $10,000. Okay, the address should be there, so let's say any random string as the address. Then city should be there, so I am targeting New York. Ha. And the next one is country. So country, let's say the USA. The image field, okay, it's again by random thing. The facilities, okay, the facilities is a JSON object. So right now I am saying, let's say beds as 2. Okay, so it's a random thing in the facilities, beds as 2. The next thing is user email. So I am specifying my user email like this. Let's try to send the request and see what response come here. Okay, it is saying status of 200 means our residency should be created. As it is giving us the detail of residency, so it should be created there. In our database, if I go to residency, and there is my first document in the residency collection, means our first property has been uploaded successfully. So you know how easy it is. Now let's continue to add more and more endpoints so that we can complete our backend. On next, I am going to make a controller for getting all the residencies available in our database. So for that, I will make a function get all residencies async handler, and then async function with a request and a response, the fat arrow function. Here I would make a constant with the name residencies, await prisma dot in our residency model, find all the documents, you can say find all the instances available. Then I would order them by the field of created at, so that we will get the most latest uploaded property at the first place. So here I would say in the descending order, and when we complete this await function, after this I would send the response. In the response I would say message, or we can simply send the residencies. Okay, I am not going to print any message here. So wait residencies, now that's completed. It's time to add this controller into a route. So here I would make a route with the get method and all residencies, connect the function get all residencies. So I think I should also do export const, sorry my bad. So here I would do export const, yeah, like this. Now it should be available. Residencies like this, it's auto imported. Let's save this again in the Thunder client, my collection of YouTube real estate. I'm going to make a new request, get all residencies, and let's just copy and paste the URL from here, change it to a particular endpoint, get all, I should double check the name, all residencies. Okay, so here would be all residencies. Okay, I think that's it. Now if I hit the send button, yeah, now it's giving me an array of the objects. As currently in our database we have only one property, you can see residency uploaded, therefore in the array there is only one document. Let's try to upload some more properties and let's see if it's working fine or not. So here I am create residency, our previous route, and let's change the data a little bit. Beautiful house 2, description same, let's say the price is 3, sorry, the price is, yeah, like this, city New York. Okay, address, I should change the address like this one. Yeah, everything's good. Now let's click on the send button. Next property is uploaded. Now let's try to get all the residencies, and now there are 2 documents. If I check my MongoDB, try to refresh, there is a refresh button. Yeah, here you can see now there are 2 documents, so it's working fine. Now let's move to our other route. So on next I am going to make a route which is again a get method to get a specific property. Okay, in this route we are getting all the properties documents, but in this one we are going to fetch only one document of a specific property. So here I would say get residency. Let's make a controller in our residency controller. I should also make comments here. Function get all the documents, or you can say residencies. Now on next I am going to make a function to get a specific document, or you can say residency. So in this one, export const get residency like this. Again, async handler with the async request response. So here, to get the details of a specific property, we have to send its ID somewhere in our payload or URL, whichever you like. So the general method to get a specific document is by sending its ID in the URL, means in the endpoint. So I'm going to fetch the ID first. So here const ID is equal to request.params. We use request.body when we are sending data through the payload, or you can say through the raw body, and we use the request.params when we use the URL to send some parameters. I will let you know how I am going to send it through the URL, but let's first complete this endpoint. So in the catch situation, and in this error, print error dot message. Okay, so now in this try block I would make a residency like this. Then I would say await prisma dot find, and find unique means find only one document where ID is equal to ID, or more specifically you can just simply say it's a shorthand like this one, where means where ID of a document is equal to the ID that we are sending to the parameters. Then if it's successful, then response dot send the residency in response. Let's save this. Let's connect this with our route. So here I press Ctrl plus space. It's giving me an auto suggestion. Let's connect this, make another route in our Thunder client. So new request get a residency. I am just copy and pasting the URL here. Get a residency. Okay, so the name of the, okay, so there is no name. I only have to specify the ID of a document. So I am going to my MongoDB to get any ID. Let's say I took this one, Control C and paste it here. Yeah, everything looks fine. Let's try to send the request. And the response is this one, only one document. If we double check in our MongoDB, I have taken this document ID and the name is beautiful house. It's a great place to live, and similar document is returned here. So it's working very fine. Let's move towards our next route, and the next route belongs to the user routes. So I am closing the residency controller and residency route. Let's also close these endpoints and package.json. And here is my user controller. Let's close all the extra files so we would make our working environment clear. Okay, so there is our user controller. Let me open my user route as well. Keep them side by side. So my next route is router dot post when someone is going to book a visit for a residency. So book visit, and then I am going to give the ID of residency. Here I would say execute the function of book visit. Now let's go to the user controller. I'm minimizing this function, and here making a comment function to book a visit to residency. Okay, now const book visit. I should also export this. I don't know why I always forget this one. So export const book visit async handler, and then async request response. Now in this function, first I will get the body of email of a person and the date. So const email and date from request.body. Okay, so what this means that in the payload of this request you should send me two requirements or two kind of information. The first one, your email, that which user is going to book his visit, and the second one is date, not the data. So for which date you are booking your visit. The next requirement is the ID of property against which you are going to book your visit. So the ID would be sent in parameters, the email and that would be sent in the body. Now again make the try catch block. In the try catch block, throw new error and error dot message. Now in the try block, first I will check if the user has already booked his visit to the same residency, because if this is the case, then we are not going to make an other booking. So let's first check this. I would say already booked, await prisma dot user dot find unique, like find that unique document where email is email, means where the email of the document is equal to our email that we have sent to the body, or in short you can just write it like this, and then select the book visits property. Means we are going to select, like in the SQL table you have to select the specific columns that you want to send in response. So in similar case in the MongoDB, I am saying that first of all find the particular user where email is this email, and then select the field of booked visits. I would say if already booked dot booked visits dot sum visit is visit dot id equal to the id that we sent. So what it is this saying? Let me just make a condition proper here. Here I have obtained the list of all booked visits made by this particular user, and then this comes in this property of already booked visits, and then I am saying if this list is containing a visit whose ID is equal to the ID that we have sent in the parameters, means is the same property, then do nothing. And if it is not doing anything, then I would send the status of 400, means the forbidden, with the JSON response of this residency is already booked by you. Let's save this, and in the else statement I'm going to book the visit. Means if this is not the case, if the residency is already not booked by you, then what to do? Then prisma dot user update, I'm going to update the document of that specific user where email is email that we have sent. Make the data like this in the data, and then in the book visits field push a specific entry where ID and date is equal to what we have sent through our body. Let me explain it again. If this is the case that the residency is not booked by the user, then find the document of that specific user, and here I am using the update method. So what I am going to update here, I am mentioning update the book visits field, and in that field push a new entry with this object where ID is going to be this ID and date is equal to this date. So very simple stuff, and if it is successful then also send a response, or response dot send your visit is booked successfully. Let's save this. I think I am missing something. Yeah, this is the else statement, so I should move it in the inner side. Let's save this. Let's connect this controller with our user route. So here control plus space. Okay, now again go to Thunder client, make a new request with book visit, and here I am just copy and pasting the URL of our previous. This should be the post method. This route is a user route, and here we have to send the ID of a property. So let's say we are going to use this again, and then in the body we have to send two things. So first one is the email. I would say ZAINKEEPSCODE@gmail.com, and then the date. So let's say the date is I think 1901 anything. but I don't think so it would be applicable. If I go to my schema and here let me see book visit, okay, yeah, it would be acceptable. Now let me send the request, and there is a problem that cannot post. Okay, let me see book visit. Yeah, here I forget to mention book visit. Let me check again, just copy and paste for a double check. Now let's send it again, and yes, it is saying your visit is booked successfully. Let's just check in the MongoDB as well. Go to the user collection, and here is the ZAINKEEPSCODE document, and in the book visit it is giving me my first object, which is this ID. But I think there is a problem that the date is not inserted, and it would be a trouble. Okay, yeah, here I made a mistake. It should be date, not the data. Let me send it again. Now it's saying the residence is already booked by you, means the logic is working fine and it is restricting us. So let me delete the document. Not delete, but I would edit this document. I would delete the book visit. Yep, update it like this. Okay, let me send it again. Your visit is booked successfully. Now hopefully the document should be fine now. Refresh it. In the book visit array, yeah, it has the ID, it has the date, so our endpoint is working fine. Let's move towards the next endpoint, and the next endpoint is going to be the get all bookings. So here I will say all bookings like this. Let's save this and let's close with this. In the user controller function to get all bookings of a user. Now export const get all bookings async handler, and here async request response, and then in this function first extract out the email of a specific user. So email is going to be the request.body. Okay, let's do one thing. As we are using the body, so instead of making it a get request, make it a post request. Both would work fine. So now here again make a try catch block error, and then throw new error dot message. Here I will make a constant of bookings await prisma dot user dot find unique, and then I would say where email of the user is equal to the specific email that we have sent through our body, and then select the field of booked visits. So select booked visits, make it true, and then in the response send the status. Okay, so let me mention the status as well, 200, and then send the bookings. So it's very simple endpoint that first we have extracted the specific user by specifying the email, then we are saying only select the book visits field, not the whole document. Let me save this in the Thunder client, make a new request, get all bookings of a user. Okay, just copy this and paste it here, make it a post request. For now it would give me only one document in response, so let me specify the email ZAINKEEPSCODE@gmail.com, and I should move this get all bookings, so all bookings like this. Now it should work fine, hopefully. Okay, connection was fused by the server. Let me see if my server is running. No, the server has been crashed. Let's see why it's crashed. Okay, because we have not connected the all bookings. So let's import all bookings as well. All bookings like this. Now it should be working fine, hopefully. all books. Okay, the problem is the name of endpoint is get all bookings, not the all bookings. So I should change the name like this. Now this should work fine. If I check my server, it is again running fine. Send the request. And yes, it is giving me object where the first field is the book visits, which is a type of an array, and in this array I have only one object, means the instance of only one document, and it is containing only one booking. Let me make another booking. So here is a book visit. I will make a visit against another property. So in the MongoDB I would go to residency, and let me take this ID this time, paste it here. Let's send the request again. Book visit successfully, and now if I send this request, now it should give me two elements in this array. Here you can see these are the two elements. So this endpoint is working fine now. The next route is going to be to cancel a booking. So here in the user controller I would make comment like function to cancel the booking and export const cancel booking async handler. As this is a repetitive step, so I mostly do it very quickly. Here the requirements for making this function, there are two things. The first thing is the email of the user who is going to cancel a booking. So I will get the email from the body, and the second one is the ID of a property against which he is going to cancel the booking. So I would get the ID from request.params. Now again make the try catch block as we are doing for all the endpoints, and then throw new error with the error.message. Now it's a little bit complicated than the other endpoints to make the functionality of cancel booking. So you should see it very precisely with most of your concentration that how I'm going to do this. First I will fetch the user, await prisma.user.findUnique, where email is equal to the email that we have sent through our body, and then select its book visits field. So book visits field is equal to true. It will give me the user, and this user would contain only one property, book visits. Then I will find the index of the booking which we are going to cancel. I am going to find the index of this ID in the book visits. Let's make here const index user.bookvisits.findIndex, and then visit. I will explain this line very clearly what I did here. Okay, so how I am finding the index. So there is a method with the name findIndex. What it does, it iterates over the complete list, means over the complete array of book visits, and then each entry will be passed as a prop in this function. Then what it will do, if the visit.id is equal to our id that we have sent here, then return the index of that specific visit to this index constant. Let me repeat again. First, it is saying in the book visits of a user, find the index where the id that we have sent is equal to the visit.id. Visit is nothing but just an element of the array, and as findIndex is going to iterate over the whole array, so visit would be replaced by new element each time in the array. If there is nothing like this id, then the index would be -1 as a result. And if the index is -1, then send the response of 404 status, and in the JSON I would send message booking not found, like this. And if this is not the case, means in the else statement, then what to do in the user into book visits splice is again a JavaScript method, and then I would say in this array of user.bookvisits, delete only one element whose index is this one that we have found through this line. Okay, so the book visits array would be updated, means it would be reduced by one element. then we have to update the document in the MongoDB. So what I will do, prisma dot user dot update. First of all, find the user where email is equal to the email that we have sent here on the very top through our body. And after this, in the data, make the book visits field as user dot book visits, like this one. As we know that in this instance, the array of book visits has been updated or been reduced by one element. So while updating it in the MongoDB, I am saying where the user is this one with this email, update its book visits array with this reduced array. And when all of this procedure is successful, then send the response.send booking cancelled successfully. Let's save this. Now in the user route, make another route with the name of router.post remove, or you can just say it remove booking. So remove booking, and here I also have to send the ID, so I would mention it as an ID. Now the function is cancel booking. Let's save this. Go to the Thunder client, make a new request, cancel booking, and here let me just copy this, just paste it here. Okay, and then here say remove booking, and I also have to send the ID of the property against which we have to remove booking. So I will go to my MongoDB, go to my user, let's take a valid visit. This one I am taking this ID, and in the body, sorry, here in the URL I am giving this ID, and in the body what we was required to send the email. So here I would say email is equal to ZAINKEEPSCODE@gmail.com. Now let's send it. Okay, it should be a post method. Okay, booking cancelled successfully. I have made a little typo here, it should be booking. Okay, so now the booking is cancelled successfully. If I try it again to cancel, then it would say booking not found. If I go to my MongoDB now and if I refresh my documents, now this document should contain only one visit. And if I try to cancel this also, then it would be a kind of more testing to do. Let's send it again, booking cancelled, and in the MongoDB let's refresh. Now there is no element in the book visits array. So this endpoint is working very fine. Let's close these endpoints, and the next controller that I am going to make is function to add a residency in favorite list of a user, or you can say how to add a residency in favorites. Okay, so I would make const favorite async handler, again make it as export const, my bad, export const async handler async request response, and then I will use the same function to add a property to favorite list of a user and to remove it from the favorite list of a user. So let's see how I'm going to do this. The first thing I would require is the email. So I would find the email in the request.body. The second one is the residency ID. So I will make it as RID, means the residency ID, and request.params. I would find it in the params. Now what I have to do, again make a try catch block, and in the catch block, if there is an error, then throw new error.message, and then in the try block, first of all I will find the user. So await prisma.user.find unique, where there is an email which is equal to our email that we have sent. When I get the user, then I will check his list of favorite residencies. Okay, so here I will say if user dot favorite residencies id dot includes RID, means if user has already liked this residency, then remove this residency from his list, and if this is not the case, then add the residency. This means on the basis of this if statement, I would decide whether I have to add this property to the favorite list or I have to remove this. So if this is the case that it is already there in the favorite list, then this means I have to remove it from the favorite list. So what I will do, I would say updated user equal to await prisma dot user dot update. In the update, I would say where email again equal to the email that we have sent, and then update the data of user. Which field I want to update is the favorite residencies ID. Here I would say set it as user dot favorite residencies dot filter, and then iterate through all the list and filter out only that where ID is not equal to our sent ID. Okay, there should be a comma like this. Now let me repeat it again. I am saying first of all select the user whose email is equal to our targeted user, then set the data, and in the data update the favorite residencies array. And what we have to update it, we are going to set it with the same residencies ID, but filter out only that which is equal to RID that we have set in the parameters. Means as I'm saying which is not equal, this means this filter is going to remove this from the array. Now if this whole procedure is successful, then response dot send message is equal to removed from favorites, and I would also send the updated user like this. Now let's go to the else part of this statement. If this is not included in the favorite residencies, then what to do? Again I will make an updated user, and this time I will update it something like this. I would say where email is equal to our email, and then in the data update the favorite residencies ID and push a new element with this residency ID. It's very simple, it's nothing tricky. And when this whole gets completed, then response dot send just a message of updated favorites, and also I am sending the updated user. I think it's completed. Let me check again. Okay, so this is the try block, this is the catch block, if statement, else statement, yeah, everything is fine. And in the user route, now let's connect this. So router dot post, I would say to fav, send the RID in the parameters, and then to fav controller, yeah, like this. Let's save this. Let's see the server, and it is crashed. Why it's crashed? It's saying okay, router dot post is nothing. It's okay, so that was the mistake. Now I am going to the Thunder client, making a new request with the name of favorite route, favorites route. Here just copy and paste from this one, make it a post request, and this should not be remove booking. Now it's going to be the to fav, and in the body I have to send the email. So email is going to equal ZAINKEEPSCODE@gmail.com. Let's see our MongoDB first. So there is nothing like favorite residencies. Now I'm going to send this request, and let's see. Okay, this is our updated user with the field of favorite residencies. Double check in our MongoDB collection. And here it is, the array of favorite residencies, and it is containing the object ID of the residency that we have specified in the URL. Now the next thing, if I again send this request to the server, then it should remove this residency. So let's try it. If I again send this, now it is removed. There is nothing in the favorite residencies. Here you can see it, and it's loading the documents. Yes, now the favorite residencies array is empty. So this endpoint is working fine. It's time to move towards our next endpoint, which is to get the list of all favorite residencies. I think I should add at least one residency to favorite. So it is now added. Now I am making router dot post all favorites, and here make all fav. Now in the user controller, let's make another function. So I am saying function to get all favorites. I have just minimized the upper one, so you should not be confused what happened to the upper function. You can always expand and minimize in the VS Code. Okay, now let's make export const. So export const get all favorites, async handler, async request response. Okay, this is going to be very simple. So here I would say get the email from request dot body, make a try catch block. In the catch block, catch the error and then throw it like this. And in the try block, const favorite residencies. So it would be await prisma dot user dot find unique, and here where email is equal to select favorite residencies true, and in the response send the status code of 200. It's just your choice whether you want to send the status code or not. Okay, it's nothing necessary, but it's a good practice to have status code. And then return the favorite residency. Yeah, so it's done now. Let's make an other route. Before making other route, I should connect here, sorry, the get all favorites like this. Now in the Thunder client, make a new request. So making a new request, get all favorites, and just copy and paste the URL like this, make it a post request, and in the body I would have the email as, and I'm changing the path from this to all fav. Check, yes, it's all fav. Let's click on the send button, and here it is giving me an array of IDs. As you know, right now I have only one favorite residency, therefore the number of elements in this array is only one. Let's try to add one more. So what I will do, I will go to the residencies. Let's get the ID of this document, paste it here. I think it's same. I should take this one, so I'm taking this one and send it. So now there are two favorite residencies. If I send this one, there are two residencies. Okay, so on next in this tutorial I am going to dump some dummy data in our MongoDB, because you know right now the data is too much little to play on front end. As I displayed you during the demo that there were a lot of residencies, and it would consume a lot of time if I upload all of these residencies one by endpoint. So I am giving you a shortcut for the sake of this tutorial. You can also dump the data by using the same way. I will provide the JSON file and I will give you the complete method of doing this. So let's start. First of all, in our server I am going to make a folder with the name data, and in this data I am making a file with the name residency.json. Then I am pasting some data here. You can get all of this data by accessing the source code on GitHub. The source code would be completely free. I will provide the source code link in the video description. Okay, so let's save this. Now let's go to your browser and we have to download a tool. Go to this link. So this one is the link. And here, this is the official MongoDB website, by the way. And here we have to download the database tools. So scroll down, and there should be some database tools. Yeah, MongoDB command line database tools. Just click on this download button if you are on the Windows, or you can choose your own specific OS. Okay, so I am on the Windows. I am just downloading this file. And the download has been started. I am cancelling this because I have already downloaded. Now I am clicking on show in folder, and this one is the folder. Let me delete the previous one. Okay, here I am going to extract this, extract all, extract, and yeah, here the complete folder has been extracted. Now click on this, go inside the bin folder, and here we will have some files like Mongo top, Mongo stat, Mongo rest, Mongo import, Mongo files. Okay, so what you have to do next, go to your VS Code and the residency.json that we have just made, reveal it in file explorer and copy this file, go to the tool in the bin folder and paste it here. Okay, now open your CMD in this directory. I am opening by here, open in terminal, or you can do by going from the start menu and pasting the relative path. Okay, here we have to write a command to import all this JSON data directly in our database. So first thing that we have to do, again go to your VS Code and open the .env file, copy all of this URL, your database URL, and here write full stop slash mongo import minus URI. The URI is going to be our database URL, and paste it here. Now we have to edit it. We have to remove the last part of this URL. Remove it until we have the name of our database. This real states YouTube. Now again make a check. So the flag collection name is going to be residency in our database with the type that we are going to import. The type is a JSON file. Now I am making JSON array flag and giving the name of our file. The file in the directory has the name of residency.json. Hit the enter button and wait for the import. Now here you can see it is saying 16 documents imported successfully. Please see this command very carefully, because if you make any mistake, then you would not be able to dump the data directly in MongoDB. Now let's check our database. I'm going to my database. Let's here you can see there is only one document. Now if I refresh, there should be 17 documents. Yeah, here you can see 17 documents. All the documents have been imported successfully. Now we can move towards our front end part. We will make some changes and then we will integrate the front end and back end to make it as a full stack application. So here I have closed all the files. I am also stopping our server. So in the terminal, press Ctrl C and it will stop this server. Now you have to fetch a repository to start our front end side. In my Google Chrome, I have opened this GitHub link. I will provide the same link in the video description, so you can also clone this repository. Okay, copy this link and in the VS Code, make a new terminal. And here go to client side by writing cd client. Here write git clone, paste the link, then full stop and backslash, so it will directly fetch all the files in the client folder. Hit the enter button. Okay, so fetching has been completed. Now we have to install all the packages that are required to work with the front-end repository. As you know, in this client side we have package.json where I have listed all the packages. Of course, as we move forward, we have to install more packages, but these are the required ones to start this repository. So in the terminal, write yarn and hit the enter button. It will install all the packages. Okay, so it's done now. Now simply write yarn run dev. So it will start the development server for our front end. Okay, now here it's saying that the server is available at the port 5173. So I'm just copying this link, and in my browser, let's paste it and see the results. So this is our website that we have created in the last tutorial. We are going to customize this to make as a full stack application. Let's move forward. But before moving forward, I will highly recommend you guys that you should see the previous tutorial first, because in the previous tutorial I have explained how we made this complete website, how we made different components and aligned them in our website. Otherwise it would be confusing for you if you directly start from this full stack version. Okay, let's close this package.json, and in the previous version we built our complete website through app.jsx. We declared all of our components in a sequence in app.jsx, but as of now we have to build a full stack version. We have to build different routes. We can't use this simple JSX components here. So to tackle this problem, you can say to tackle this routing, inside the src I'm going to make a new folder with the name of pages. Inside the pages I'm making a new file with the name of website.jsx. Here write RAFCE for the React Factor function, and from the app.jsx I am going to copy all of its contents like this, and in the website paste them here like this one. Let's save this. Okay, now from the app.jsx I am going to delete all of these things, and here simply write website. Yeah, it is giving me an auto suggestion, so I am selecting this one. It is imported automatically. Now I am cutting all of these components imports, Ctrl X, and then in the website simply pasting them. And here I have to fix these import statements because the relative path is no more correct, because we have made the website.jsx in a new folder pages.jsx. However, the app.jsx was in the most parent directory. So to fix this, I will select all of these components. I can do this by selecting this components word and then pressing Ctrl D. So it will select all of these words. Going back, and there I will add a new full stop. So it will go back first and then the components and then the relative component. So it's a correct version. Now let's save this and see if it's working fine or not in the browser. Okay, let me refresh. Yes, it's working very fine because we have made all the imports and changes very correctly. Also double check in our server. Yeah, it's also running fine. On next, I will do the routing in our app.jsx. So to do the routing, we have to install a package which is React Router DOM. So here I am making a new terminal. Write cd client. So we will move to the client directory, and here write yarn add React Router DOM, and I will specify a specific version because the React Router DOM keeps changing, so I don't want you guys to see any kind of difficulty in following this tutorial. So you should install 6.10.0, hit the enter button, and yes, the dependency is installed. Now let's close the terminal, and in our app.jsx, here I will import the browser router first of all. So browser router. Okay, the auto importing is not working right now. I can import it manually by writing browser router from React Router DOM. Yes, like this. And then here I will make some routes. So inside the routes, our first route is going to be this website. So let's specify a route here. The route, I would specify a path. So the path is going to be the default path, and element for this path, that what element should be rendered on this default path. I will say our website should be rendered. So website like this. Now let's delete this individual component, and we can make this as a self-closing component. Okay, so I can also write this route as like this one. Let's format the code and import all the missing components like the routes and route. Now it should work fine. Let's hit the enter button, and if I refresh, yes, it's working fine, means our React router DOM is working correctly. The next thing that we can also do, we can also make a suspense for a fallback loading effect. So here I can write suspense with the fallback. For now I am just keeping fallback very simple. I will explain what this fallback means. I will say loading, and then I will enclose all of our routes inside this suspense. So let's say there is a page which has very heavy JavaScript and it takes time to be loaded on the client side. So while it's loading, the client side screen should not be blank. While this is loading, this text would come as a priority which is saying loading. You can also make your own custom components. You can make fancy animations, anything, but I'm making it simple just to give you a logic. Okay. Now let's make other routes. The next route is going to be our layout route. So what is the meaning of layout? Let me explain. First, here I would say there would be a layout component, and I will enclose all of my routes inside this layout route. Layout is a type of component which is going to be common in your all the pages. Like, there are many websites who have header and footer. I mean, every website has a header and footer. So those headers and footers are common among all the pages. Let's say, take the example of our application. We have the properties page, we have the website page, but in all of those pages, the header and footer are going to be common. So to make something common and making the other components render inside those common components, we use the layout. Okay. So let's make a layout component. Inside the components, I will make a new folder with the name of layout. And here I will make a new file with the name of layout.jsx. Here write RAFCE like this, and let's save this. Now I will go to my website. I will delete the header and footer from this website.jsx, and here instead of this default text, I will make a div. Inside this div, I will render the header first. So this is the header, and this should be a self-closing component. So I can write it like this, and then I will also make a footer here. Footer could be like this. Yeah, there should be a parent component as it's a rule of React. So we can make a blank tag like this. Now in our app.jsx, I'm going to auto import this layout component like this one. Now the website is not having the header and footer, you can see here, but the layout component have. And inside app.jsx, we have enclosed website component inside the layout. So on the client side, the website component would be rendered in between the header and footer. Let's save this and see. Okay, I think there is an error. Let's see what's the error. It is saying invalid token. Suspense is not defined. Okay, I think I forgot to import the suspense, so I can import it from the React. As you can see, the header and footer has started to be rendered, but there is no child components, or you can say there is not any enclosed component. So to enclose website, I will again go to the layout, and here after the header, I would say outlet. Outlet is imported from the React router DOM, and it will automatically take the children. It's same as we have children prop in the pure React. Okay, so let's save this. Now see again, and here we have our header, then the complete website, and then the footer. Let's change the styling of header so it should work fine. In the style, I would say background. The background is going to be our variable black, and then overflow is gonna be hidden. Now let's see again, and yes, everything is looking fine, but the problem that has been occurred is that our complete website is now in a dark theme. To fix this, I will again go to my code, and I will open the app.css, and here I will give the background color. I will say it as white. Let's save this, And yes, now everything is working fine. The header is having its perfect color, the app is having perfect color, and footer is in correct place. Let's move forward. On next, I will go to the footer.css. So here I have a footer and this is the footer.css. Why I'm going here? Because right now in our website, if I go to the footer, then there is no separation between the contents of a page and the footer. Footer is looking like part of this page website. Okay, so to make a little bit differentiation here, I will add a top border to the footer container. I will write as border top, which is going to be 0.5 pixel solid type of line with RGBA color. You can specify it as 0.148, which is a very light gray color, I think so. Let's try this. Yeah, let's see. Here we have the line on the top of the footer. The next thing I am going to do is I will change the contents of our header, because this header is according to our previous version. But now as we are going to make multiple pages, so there should be links for the multiple pages in our header. Let's see how I can do this. I will go to my header.jsx. This is my header, and inside the header.jsx, first I will add a link around this logo. So what I can do, I will import the link from React Router DOM, and I will give the default path, means the home part, to this logo image. And then on next, I will delete all of these things from here. I will also delete the button around this contact section. Here I am going to make some nav links. Okay, so my first nav link is going to be towards properties page. So properties, and in this I will write it as properties. The next thing that I will do, after I should make some indentation so it should be more readable. Okay, and then here I am going to make the login button. So for this login button, I would use the button tag with the class name of button that we made in the previous tutorial, and here I would write it as login. Let's save this and see if there is an error. No, the things are working fine. But now if I click on the properties, it would go nowhere, because right now we have no page like property. Let's say if I click on this, there is nothing, it's blank. So we have to do proper routing. By the way, still if I click on the contact, the pop-up should come for the mail, and login button is also doing nothing for now. So first let's add a page for the properties. Here in the pages folder, yeah, right here I am making a new folder with the name of properties. Here make two files, properties.jsx and properties.css. Okay, so let's close the CSS for now, and the JSX write REFC for the fat reactor function. Let's save this, and inside the app.jsx, let's make an other route. So here I will make an other route with the path of properties, and then I will specify the component of properties like this. Let's close this route, save this, and see if the path is working fine. Yes, we are here and they should be properties, but due to black color we are not able to see this, but it is working fine. To see the properties text, what can I do? I will go to my index.css, and here I will make a wrapper class so that we should not tackle with this problem anymore, and I will give the background color of white. Let's save this, and inside the properties.jsx, I will make a div with the class name of wrapper, and here say the properties. Let's save this. Now in the browser you can see here is the properties, and if I click on the logo, this is the home and this is the properties section. On next, if I go to our website, then here we have a search input. As we can reuse this component inside our properties page, so I am going to separate the code of this search input from the hero section. So inside my code, I will go to the hero section. So in the components, I should have a hero section, and here inside the hero.jsx, Let me search for the input bar here. Okay, yes, here I have a search bar. So what I will do, I will just control X this, and then inside the components I will make a new component with the name of search input, or you can say search bar. Here I will make a new file with the name of searchbar.jsx rafce for the React fat function, and then here instead of this div I will paste the code. Now I have to import this location marker, so control plus space, and it is giving me auto suggestion. Let's import this and save this. Now in the hero section I should also save this code change, and on the very top I am deleting this extra import. Let's save this and see if in our browser I think it should not be working right now because I have not imported. Yeah, here I will also import the search bar like this. Now I will delete this extra import. Let's save this and see in our browser. Yes, everything is working fine. On next, what I can also make as a reusable component. I can make these cards of properties as a reusable component. I can reuse these cards in our properties page to see the complete listing. So let's see how can I separate this. These cards lie inside the residencies component. So I think I have opened a lot of file. I'm going to close all of them, and then let's close all of these directly. Inside the srts, inside the components, I have the residencies, and this is the residencies.jsx, and this is the css one. Now here you can see where I am iterating through the data. I am providing the swiper slide, and inside the swiper slide I am returning the residency card, or you can say the property card. So I am going to reuse this whole component. So for doing this, what I will do, inside the components I will make a new folder with the name of property card. Here let's make the property card.jsx, and similarly there should be a css, so in the same directory make the property card.css. Now first of all in the jsx rafce, and then let's save this. I am deleting this default text, and from the residencies I am cutting all of this content, pasting it all here. Okay, and then here I would say as property card I would provide the card as card like this one. Let's save this inside the property card. Let's accept the prop like this one, and yes, now I will go to the residencies.css, and here you can see I have this all css related to our card. I'm going to cut this from here. Yes, I think it should be, yeah, I'm cutting all of this css and pasting this in property card.css like this. Let's save this, and now inside the property card.jsx I should also have to import the css. So I can simply say import property card.css. Let's save this and see in our browser if everything is working fine. Yes. On next, I would make a heart icon on our property card so that we can like or dislike a residency. It would not be a dislike, but more like if you want to remove your liked residency. Okay, so here I will use the AI fill heart from the React icons. I would give the size of 24, and yeah, I think that's it. I can import it from React icons like this. Import AI from React icons, and then in the AI directory let's save this and see. Yeah, there is a heart icon. It's time to style this. I would go to my property card.css, and here just above the image of our property card I will add a new thing, which is the svg. The svg is going to be our heart button. As you know, in the property card first we have the image and then this heart button, but right now I don't think so it would make sense. We should keep this AI heart fill on the top of this image. Okay, So let's save this, and in the property card.css I am taking this svg above the img. Okay, if I go to my browser here, you can see now it is top of the image. Here I would say position absolute, and from top make 25 pixels. The property card should be position relative for doing this. And then from right side I will give the 30 pixels and z index of 1. Let's save this, and yeah, these heart icons are in a right place. For now I am also giving it a color, so the color should be white, so it should look good. Yep. Now we have successfully extracted out the logic of property card from our slider. We have made the individual component of input bar as well. It's time to finally move on towards our properties page. Inside the properties page, I can go here by writing properties.jsx, and here I will remove this default text. I will make a new div with the class name of flex in the column direction with justify and align item center with our default paddings that we have mentioned in our app.css or maybe index.css, I don't remember. And then I'm giving it inner width and giving it a class name of properties container. And here I will include the search bar. Okay, so search bar, what was the name of our search bar, by the way? I am forgetting, I think something. Yeah, it is search bar, so it should be auto imported, but it's not working. So what we can do, I can write here search bar from inside the components. So go outside, inside the components, inside the search bar, inside search bar. Let's save this and see here on the properties page there should be a search bar. There is an error which is saying, so here, okay, so here in this code, if I remove these curly braces, because in the search bar the export is a default. Okay, so if I go to search bar, yeah, it is exporting default as search bar, so there should be no curly braces. Let's save this and see in our browser. Yes, there is a search bar. Let's modify this search bar according to our properties page requirement. So I will go to the properties.css. Let's open them side by side, and here first of all I will target the properties container. Okay, so properties container, and giving a gap of 2 rem. It is already a type of flex, therefore I'm just saying here gap 2 rem. By the way, to see all of these changes I should import the css, so import properties.css as well. Now if I say, yeah, there is a gap of 2 rem, and then I would say inside the properties container I have a search bar. Why I'm specifying properties container in front of search bar? Because I want to change the styling of search bar according to properties page only. So I would say width as a clamp value of 12 rem, 100% and 28 rem. You might be thinking that what is this clamp? Clamp is just a shortcut to declare your minimum and maximum width in one row. Okay, so what it is saying, it is saying the minimum width of our search bar should be 12 rem. By default it should be 100%, and maximum it could only take 28 rem. Okay, now the border radius, so for the I think there should be a semicolon. Now it would work fine. The border radius should be 30 pixels, and then I am specifying border as 1 pixel solid, then an RGBA color. So just copy and paste it here with the flex wrap. So flex wrap should be no wrap. Let's see in the browser. Okay, we are getting the required one, but still there are something remaining. So in the properties container I have search bar, and then I have button. You know, right now the button is having the rectangle shape and our outer search bar is having roundness. The roundness is just because of border radius, so I am also going to give some border radius to our button. To do this I will say border radius of our button should also be 30 pixels and font size should be 10 pixels. The padding is, let's see first that how it's looking. Yeah, it's looking good, but if I make the padding as 10 pixel and 15 pixels, yep, it's looking fine. The text is very much small, so it should look fine at 16 pixels at least. No, 16 is too much. The 12 one, yeah, the 12 is looking good. Now the next problem is with the input container, that our input container is starting from this point. It should be starting from the very left side, however it's in the center. So to fix this, what I will say, I will again say the properties container, I have a search bar which is having an input. For that, make the width around 70%. Let's save this, and yep, now everything is working fine. The next task is to list our all the residencies or properties here on the properties page. So I am closing these propertycard.css and properties.css, and here I am going to make a custom hook with the help of React query, which will return me data, error state and loading state. I will make a hook with the name of use properties. The great thing about this use properties hook that we would use the same hook in our slider section on the main website. I think that the slider section is little bit off. Let's go to the propertycard.css. Okay, so as I have included .svg, so these child numbers are now no more in alignment. So how can I fix this? I will make 2 as 3, 3 as 4 and 4 as 5. Now let's save this and see. Yeah, now it's looking fine. That was just because I have added an other child, which is this svg, so these child should take one more count. Now let's remove this. So I was telling that the slider would use the same hook of use properties to render this data, and we are also using that hook in the properties page. Okay, so I am going to declare this use properties hook in our hooks folder. Here we have the hooks. I am going to make a new file with the name of use properties.jsx, write rfce like this. I can import it by auto suggestion. Okay, now we have to install the React query. So in our this terminal here, I am going to write yarn add React query. Hit the enter button and wait for its installation. Okay, so the dependency is installed now. Now to use this dependency, we have to modify our app.jsx a little bit. So in the app.jsx, we have to define some components that are going to enclose our whole application so that we can use our React queries inside the application. For doing this, here on the top of return statement, I am going to make a query client with the which is going to be imported from the query client. We have to import this query client from the React query. So I am going to import query client from React query like this. So we have the instance of our client. Now before making this browser router, I am going to enclose all of this in query client provider, and the client is going to be this client. Now move this closing tag to the most bottom section. Let's save this and see if our application is working. Yeah, it's working. Now we can continue our use properties hook. So in the use properties hook, let's remove this one, and in the return statement, I will make an object which is going to return data is error is loading, and it will also give you the refetch function. Okay, now here I would say const data is loading is error, and refetch is going to be imported from use query, which is again imported from the React query. Here I am going to define the name of this query. So there are some methods. First method is you can provide the long descriptions like the query key and specify all properties. This means the name of our this query is all properties. As you know, React query is able to automatically cache your data behind the scenes. So it memorizes your data on the basis of these keys. Each unique key has its own unique data. So first method is you provide a description like query key is this one, and there is also short method that if I don't make this object and simply write all properties, then this means the same thing. The next thing, we have to define the query function. So query function is going to be the get all properties. We have to make this function, and the last flag that I'm going to say is refetch on Windows focus. Like every time the Windows is focused, do we want to again fetch the data? I am making it as false because it would be too much network consuming. So now we have to make our get all properties function. So for doing this, in our utils, I am going to make a new file with the name of api.js. Now again, to work with the api.js, we have to install some packages. So to install some packages, let's write yarn add. First package is Axios, the second one is ZAINKEEPSCODE, and the last one is Reactjs. Hit the enter button. Okay, all of these dependencies have been installed now. Now we have to run our backend server. So I will go to my first terminal and again going to start my server by writing yarn run start. Okay, it's running now and the port is 8000 and my client side is running on the port 5173. Again go to api.js, and here first of all I will import some statements. So import Axios from Axios, import ZAINKEEPSCODE from ZAINKEEPSCODE, and at the last import toast from Reactjs. Now again, to work with this Reactjs, we have to include this in our app.jsx. So inside the app.jsx, just below this browse router, I will say toast container imported from Reactjs, and this is the whole setup that we have to do, making that React toast working. Let's save this. And also, if you want to enable the dev tools of React Query, you can enable this React Query dev tools. Initial is open as false. Okay, now I have to import it. So after this React Query statement, here I would write import these dev tools from React Query, and then inside the dev tools. Let's save this. And now inside the app.js, we have to specify the base URL of our server. So to specify the base URL, I will say export const API is equal to axios.create the base URL. As we know that our server is running on the port 8000, so I would say as http localhost 8000, like this. Let's make our first function, which is get all properties. So export const get all properties, make it an async function because we have to interact on the backend. And then here I would make a try catch block, and in the catch block I would say toast.error, something went wrong, and at the end throw the error. So like this. Now in the try block I will hit our API. So const response is going to be the await API dot get. As you remember, in our routes, if I go to my backend, in the routes of our residencies, here you can see to get the all residencies, we have to make a get request towards this endpoint. So now before returning this response, I would say if response dot status is going to be 400, means if it's a bad request, or the second condition can be specified if response dot status is 500, then throw the data. So response dot data. If this is not the case, then return us the fetch data like this. Let's save this now. In use properties, I have to import this get all residencies function. Sorry, get all properties functions are to import this. Let's save this, and inside the properties I would simply do console log the data. Let's save this. See in our browser there is an error, and the error is saying, so I found the problem. The problem was very little, so it took me some time that what was happening, what was going wrong. So the problem is here I have made this T as capital. It should be small t like this, and similarly in the import statement should be Reactjs dev tools like this. Now let's save this and see in browser. Yeah, here you can see at least our page is now working. Now there is one more thing. If you want that the React Toast container should work fine, then we have to import its CSS as well. So to import its CSS, here write this import statement from React Toastify. Within the this directory, import the reacttoastify.css. Now let's save this. Okay, here you can see the toast messages are coming at least now. Let's go to properties page and see if there is any data. No, there is no data. Let's see why this is happening. We can also see that the React Toastify container is giving us message that something went wrong, means we are not able to obtain the data from backend. I will go to my api.js, and here I would have to specify /API route. As you remember, in our residency route, we have all residencies on this route, all RESD. But if I go to my index.js of server side, then I have all of these residencies and user route in the parent API route. Therefore, here I am specifying API now. Okay. In the api.js, let's save this and see in the browser. I am refreshing the page. Here you have only the data that we have received from the backend. Okay. So these are all the residencies available in our MongoDB. Let's complete our properties page now. So I will go to properties.jsx. Here first I will handle the condition of is error and is loading. Then I will render all of my data on the listing page. I would say if there is any error, like if there is any error, then return some JSX, and that JSX is going to be this one with the class name of wrapper. And here in a span I would say error while fetching data. Okay. Now if there is a loading, now to make a loading state I am going to install a dependency. So again open the terminal, go to our this terminal, and here write yarn add react spinners like this. Hit the enter button. Okay, the dependency is installed now. Close the terminal, and here I am going to import a spinner which has the name of puff loader from react spinners like this. And now I'm saying if there is loading, then return that puff loader. So here I would make a first div with the wrapper class and flex with the line items and justify content center. Now I will also give it some height. So I will give a height of 60% of view height. And then inside this I will make the puff loader. Let's give it some parameters. I will say the okay. Now let's save this, and on our properties page, here you can see there is a puff loader. If I refresh, when it is fetching the data, there is a loader for a very small duration. If I go to my network tab and on the throttling, yeah, here on the throttling, if I make it slow 3G, let's refresh the page. I think slow 3G is very much slow. I should make it as fast 3G and refresh again. Here you can see a puff loader. So it's generally working fine now. Now it's time to make the list. For making the list, after this search bar, I will make a new div. Okay. So this div is going to have our default paddings with the flex center and with the class name of properties. Here I would say for all the data that we have retrieved, map for each card along with its index number, return the property card. Okay, so it would be property card. The data is going to be in card parameter, and we should also specify the key, as React would raise a warning if we don't give a key prop while mapping through an array. I think this should work fine now. Let's save this. Okay, so here is the list of all the residencies from our MongoDB, but there is now some problem with our current property card structure and the structure of data that we are receiving from the backend. Now to resolve this issue, I am again going to add another dependency, which is Lodash yarn add Lodash. Lodash is a kind of dependency that I use many times in many projects, and I personally love this because of the functions it provides. It provides us many of the functions you will feel that they are available in the pure JavaScript, but the way Lodash deal with those kind of functions is incredible. Like, it will give you very handy operations on those kind of filtering, mapping, sorting algorithms. All of these things are available built in within the Lodash. Now I will go to the property card, and here there is the card.name and card.detail. However, we are not able to see those things here, because if I console log the data as I have did here, and if I go to console, then here you can see in the console, instead of name there is title, and instead of the detail there is description. So let's change those things in my code. Here inside the property card, instead of name I will use the title, and instead of detail I will use the description. Let's save this, and I should move the browser here. Okay, and here now I have the name and the descriptions, but these things are going too much out of order. Here comes the Lodash that will truncate all of these strings to a specific number of characters and would make our life easier. So first of all, for the title I would truncate it up to the length of 15 characters. So here I would say length of 15 characters. Now I am importing truncate from Lodash, truncate from Lodash like this, and similarly I am also truncating the description up to the 80 characters. So there would be truncate, and the second parameter is length of 80 characters like this. Let's save this and see. Yes, here the cards are now in a perfect symmetry. Still there is something wrong with the border radius and with the width and height of these images. They are of random widths and heights, and the border radius is not applied. So I will go to property card CSS, property card .css. Yeah, here for the images, instead of width 100%, I would say width should be 15 rem and the height should be 10 rem. Now there is no reason of making max width as 15 rem, as we have defined the absolute width of 15 rem. Let's save this and see. Yeah, now at least the images are in a perfect symmetry. Let's also give some border radius to these images. So I would say border radius of 10 pixel would be good for them. Yep, looking fine. At last I will also give the z index 0 to our base card, because for this SVG I have specified z index as 1 to make the like and like functionality on letter. So our card should not be overlapping our SVG, therefore I am making its z index 0 and SVG is already of z index 1. Let's save this. Now there is a problem that on our main website the slider is broken now. Here you can see, because the slider is using a static data from data.json file available for the front end project, but now we have connected it with the backend, so we should change this slider logic now. Okay, so in the VS Code, the slider component resides inside the residencies component here, residencies.jsx. So I will open the properties.jsx component here, just copy and paste this hook data on the top of this section. Let's start to import the use properties like this. Now I will also copy if error and if loading states like this. Yep. and let's delete this console log of data. And here, instead of moving on this data file which was from slider.json, now we would map across this data file. And I will not use all of the available residencies in the slider. Instead, I will use the slice method to only get the first 8 properties. Okay, now let's see, there should be 8 cards in our slider now. Okay, so these are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, the slider is now completely working fine. If I refresh, there should be a puff loader also on this slider. There is something broken again, that the puff loader is not defined. Okay, so I should also include the puff loader here from the React spinners. That's a valid argument from the React. Again, let's try to reload and see the puff loader here. Yeah, here you can see it's working fine. On next, we are going to work on the individual pages of these residencies, so we can see the detail of our residency in a separate page. So let's do this. I will open the directory on the left side, and here inside the pages folder, I am going to make another folder with the name of property. Inside this, again, I will make a JSX and a CSS. So let's do it quickly. Okay, now in the JSX file, write RAFCE. Let's save this and then go to app.jsx for enabling a route. So here is my app.jsx. Here I have my properties path. Now, instead of rendering this properties element directly on the properties path, I will do some changing. Here I have made it as an enclosing element, and inside this I am going to make a children of this path with the path of property ID. And on this property ID path, render the element of property that we have just made inside the pages folder. It's a self-closing component like this, and then I am just copying this path, pasting it here. Let's format the code, delete this extra line, and I would say on the default path. So to define the default path, we write the index. On the default path, render the properties page. So what it is basically saying, it is saying on the properties path, if there is no property ID appended at the end, then simply render this properties page, and if there is an ID appended at the end of this path, then render the property page. Let's take an example. Let's say I have a page whose name is /properties/123. So 123 means there is a property ID at the end of this path. So as a result, this route would become enabled, which is a single property route. And if there is no path at the end, means I have a route like /properties, then this route would become enabled, which is an index route, means the address of this route is equal to this one. And at this one, our listing page, properties page would become enabled. Hit the save button, go to our browser, and now I try to write manually. Let's say properties and then /123, hit the enter button, and here I have my property path. It is black, we are not able to see this. Let's enclose it in a wrapper class. So what I would do here, I would make a div dot wrapper and here write the path. Let's save this and now see. Yes, here I have, this is an individual property path, and if I go to properties, this is my listing path. So both are working fine. Let's continue on over this individual property page. So to link this page with different properties, I will go to property card, because each property is accessible by its card. So here I would write some logic. I would use the use navigate hook of React. So here write const navigate is equal to use navigate, which I am going to import from React router DOM. Okay, and like this one, and here on the very top I would say on clicking the card, execute this function which is saying navigate to the path of properties, and yes, now you're predicting right that we have to be navigated towards our ID of property. But there is a problem that as we are using the constant, or you can say JavaScript variables here, so we cannot write it simply in the double quotations. We have to enclose it in the backticks like this. Let's save this. Now go to our browser and try to click on any card. Let's say I click on this card, and here is the ID of this property, and I am at the individual property path. Okay, so our route is connected with our property card. Let's try to build this page now. On the property page, let's go to property.jsx, and I am closing all other files by clicking on this button, close others. Okay, here first we have to fetch the data of an individual property. So for doing this, again I am going to get help from use query, or you can say from a React query hook. I would say const data is loading is error, and then use query. I think auto import is again not working, but that's not a problem. From React query, and then we have to specify our query key. So for giving it a key, I will say the first part of the key is residency, RESD word, and then the second part is the ID. I am going to fetch the ID in this page from our URL. As you remember, in the browser on the very top, if I go to my browser, on the very top at the last we have the ID of our property. Let's go to an original property like this one, and here I have the valid ID. I am going to use this ID in the property page. So how can I use this? I will again use a React hook, which is the use location. So here we can say const path name is equal to use location. Again, I don't know why my auto importing is no more working, so I will manually import the use location from our React router DOM. So this one is React router DOM like this. So what it will do, it will give me the complete path name of our page. So if I do a console log here, then it should say the URL. Okay, so if I save this, go to my browser, I refresh this page, and there happens some error. I think the error is ID is not defined. Yeah, because I have used this ID even before defining it. Let's save this. Now let's see. Yes, here you can see our complete URL is in the console. And as we don't require complete name of our path, we only require the key, which is the ID. So for getting that one, I will say const ID is equal to path name dot split. I will split the path name on the basis of backslash, means whenever there is a slash, means the path name would be divided as an array, and it would be divided on the basis of backslash. And then I would say slice -1 means from the last, take the 0th index from the last. Okay, now if I console log the ID, it should only give me the ID. Open the console, and here only the ID is printed. Again go to our code, and here now I can specify ID also as a key. The next is query function. So here I will make a function with the name of get property and would provide the ID as a parameter. So let's go to our api.js. We have made api.js in utils, so I am opening it here, and at the last I would say export const get property. It is an async function which is taking ID as a parameter, and in the body of this function I am just copying our previous function and pasting it here. And then I have to change the route, as we have to fetch only one property. So instead of saying all residencies, here I would say the specific residency with our ID, and as we are using a JavaScript variable, so we have to make it under the backticks. All the things are same. Yeah, let's save this. Go to our property.jsx and try to auto import it by pressing Ctrl plus space, and it is giving me suggestion. It is imported at the top. Yes, we can delete this console log of ID now. And now if I try to console log my data, let's save this and hope for the best results. Open the console, and there is an object that I have received, and this object is containing the information, which is complete information of our current property. Please remember that our backend server is still running in the terminal. If I go to my very first terminal, here you can see my terminal is running on the port 8000. We started that terminal by writing yarn run start in case if you are not able to follow, if you are forgetting something. So I am just refreshing you that we are still on our development server on the backend, and this is our front end, which is running on port 5173 with the command of yarn run dev. And this is our third terminal where we are just installing more and more dependencies as we are needing. And then I am deleting this console log of data, and I will make some conditions. Here I will say if the data is loading, then instead of returning the actual page, return the loading state. So for the loading state, I will again use our wrapper, and here I will make a div with the class name of flex center and giving it our default paddings. Please remember that all of these classes are clearly defined in the index.css. We have worked on these classes in detail in our first tutorial of this application. Therefore, I am forcing you again and again that if you want to follow this tutorial completely, then please see the first part. Okay, so here I will use the puff loader again as we have used on our other pages. Let's auto import it. I think auto import is again, I actually hate when auto import stop working. Yeah, so here I have imported puff loader from the React spinners. Now there should be another state of this page. If there is an error happened, then I will essentially do the same thing, div dot wrapper and then div dot flex center with some paddings. And here I will make a span which would say error while fetching the property details. Let's save this. Now this is our final state where we are actually going to populate our data. So instead of this text, here I would make a div with the flex call start with some paddings, inner width to keep it under a certain width on the very huge displays, and giving it a class name of property container. Property container is specific by this page. Okay, these are our universal class names that we are getting from our index.css, and this property container is just specific for this page. Okay, the first thing I would like to have a like button on this page also. So for making the like button, I will make a div with the class name of like, and I will do the same thing as I have did on our properties page. Okay, if I go to my property card.gsx, then here we have used this AI fill heart. So I'm just copying this, pasting it here. Let's try to auto import from the React icons AI, Shift Alt F for auto formatting the code. And yes, it is imported on the top. Okay, let's save this and see in the browser. That refresh. I think due to white color of the heart, we are not able to see it on a white background. If I make it black now, then there should be a heart. Yes, there it is. But I am keeping it white because of the requirement of this page. Now the next thing I would like to have is the image of our property. So I will make proper comments like button, and after this I have the image. So for the image, I would make the image tag with the src property. So in the src I would say data dot image Alt, let's say home image. Yeah, close this. And it's a good practice that if you are working with the data that is fetched from an API response, then instead of calling the subfields directly like data.image, if you include here a question mark, then it would prevent the application from crashing directly in case of any undefined field. Okay, so let's save this and see. Yes, I am receiving our home image. If I go back and let's try to click on another property, yes, I am getting the clear images. It's really cool that the images are started. Now let's try to add some CSS for this page as well. So I will open my property.css. I will open it side by side. Okay, so the first thing that I have on this page is the property container. I will copy the name. Okay, yeah, like this one, just paste it here, and then I would say the gap between the elements should be 2 rem and its position should be relative. Okay, now inside the property container I have our like button. So for that one I would make the position as absolute, and then I would make the top position of 3 rem. From the right it's also 3 rem, and cursor is pointer. Let's save this. The third thing is the image of our property. So I would say inside the property container I have an image. We can specify image like this, and I would say align self as center. So image would align itself in the center of the page. Then I would say the maximum height that this image can contain is 35 rem, like this. Then width is going to be the 100% of the page. The border radius is 1 rem, and then object fit as cover. Let's save this and see in the browser. Okay, so there is no difference, and I know why there is no difference, because we have not imported the CSS of the property page on the top. So here we have to write property.css like this. Now there should be difference. Yes, this is our like button and this is our property image. How cool it is. Let's try to have another property. Yes, it's working very fine. Next we will try to make the details of this property below its image. We will divide that section into two parts, the left one and the right one. On the left side we will display the facilities, title name, price, description and button, etc. However, on the right side, we will display the location of property on the map. So let's start from the left side first. So in our VS Code, let's make it smaller, and here after the image, I would make another div, and for that div, I would make the class name of flex center, and will give the name of property details, like this one. Okay. Now let's make the comment for the left side. So here I would say the left, and then I will say div.flex call start.left. So it will give it a class name of flex with the column direction and a line item start of the flex with the class name of left. Left is just a name. It is doing nothing related to the CSS. Okay. Okay, then I will have the head of our detail. So in the head, I will again make the flex start with the class name of head, where I would make the two spans. In the first span, I will have the name, so data.title. By the way, you can always cross-reference your fields by console log the data. So if I again console log my data, like this one, let's open the browser, and you can open the terminal by the shortcut on the Windows Ctrl+Shift+J, and this is the detail. So name of the property has the field title. So therefore in the code I am referencing as data.title. Now for the second field I would say data.price, and while we are displaying price I would like to have a dollar icon as well. Let's save this and see in the browser. Yes, here I have the title and the price. Again in the code, let's make the class name of the title as the primary text, And for the second one, here I will give it a class name of orange text and with the style of font size 1.5 rem. Let's save this, and just the orange text class is applied and the primary text is also applied. Let's do some CSS for this section now. So I will go to my CSS first, and here I would target the properties detail. So I would say the property details like this. I would give the width of 100% with the gap of 2 rem and justify content space between. Let's save this. And I will also like to show you where I have used the property details. So this is the property details. I am just copy and pasting just for double check if we are missing any typo. No. Okay. So after this properties detail, I would say as property detail is going to have the two sides, the left and right one. So I am referencing both of the side by saying any div inside the property detail, and please remember that I am saying the direct child of property detail, not the any level of div. Okay, it's just a direct child. So I would say flex. So I would say flex as 1 with the gap of 1.5 rem. Now to see a difference here along with the left side, if I minimize the left side, I should also have the right side as well. Right now, right side. So here I would make the right, and let's say here I just simply say this is right side. Let's save this, and now in the browser here you can see both of the divs have equal width because we have specified flex 1 for both of them, and this complete side is for right one and this one is for the left. I will go to the left side in the properties detail. So in the properties detail on the left div, target the head, and for that one make justify content as space between with the width of 100%, and just here we have the title and then there is a space between them and the price is on the very right side. Let's make some facilities section. So expand this left side, and I am minimizing this head. After this head here I would say the facilities. Let's make the parent div of the facilities. So here let's say, so here say div dot flex start with the class name of facilities, in which again I have a div with the class name of flex start, and for each facility I would say the facility, as we are going to have 3 facilities options, the bathroom, parking and room. So I'm just copy and pasting this 2 more times. Now in the first one, as we have the first facility as the bathroom, so I would say FA shower. It is an icon. I think it should be auto imported from React, but auto importing is not working. So we will auto import all the icons at the end. Sorry, not the auto import but the manual import. Okay, let's give it some custom color like this, close it, and then here make a span. Now inside the span I would say data dot facilities dot bathrooms, and at the end I would say bathrooms like this. Format the code, and you might be wondering why I have used this structure. So if I open my terminal, here you can see I have the facilities object, and inside the facilities object I have nested fields of bathrooms, bedrooms and parkings. So here I am referencing the bathrooms, therefore here I have written in this format. Let me complete the other 2 facilities quickly as well. So in the second div I would say like this, and in the third facility I would target the rooms like this. Let's format the code, and please see it very carefully that these are the bathrooms and these are the parkings, and at the last rooms. Okay, so we have proper comments. Now we have to import the React icons. So at the very top here I am adding import statements. So like this one, you can also copy and paste from the video. Let me delete this extra icon. Okay, so here I have imported all of the three icons. Let's save this, and in our browser, if I go, okay, so here I have the three facilities with the icons and their counts. So this is working fine. Now it's just that we have to specify the CSS to make it look better. So after this head, here I would say facilities. For facilities, make the gap as 0.5 rem and font size of 0.9 rem. Save this, and then for each facility, I would say make the gap of 0.5 rem, and if I am saying gap of 0.5 rem for this one, then I should make this a little bit more like this one, and it would be better if I can give a padding of 1 rem as well here. So padding of 1 rem like this. Now let's save this and see in the browser. Yep, it's looking very cool. On next, I will add the description of our property. So make it like this, and I'm minimizing all of our facilities so our code will look more cleaner, and here I am adding description. So for the description, I would use a span with the class name of secondary text. Now inside secondary text, I would say data dot description, and then specify some styles. In the styling, I would say text align as justify. Let's save this and see. Yes, there is a very little description. Let's try some other property. By the way, I know the logo is broken now, but this is just because of some network glitch. If I do a hard refresh by Ctrl Shift R, I think it's still not there. If I do again, yeah, now it's here. It's just a network glitch. Maybe my internet is so slow, or maybe something wrong happened on the development server, but generally it works fine. Here you can see. Okay, so here is the big description, and you can see how cool it's looking. I think the text align justify is not working because of the misspelling, and now yes, the text is justified. Let's add the address as well. So after this description, I will make an other comment with the name of address, and here I would use the class name of like start. For the address, I will use a React icon with the name of MD location with the size of 25 pixels, and then I would use a span with the class name of secondary text, and inside this one, okay, here I have to write some JavaScript. I would first include the address, and then I would include the city name, and after this I would include the country name. Let's save this, import this icon. So on the very top, here we have the MD directory, so I'm importing it on the start. Let's save this and see in browser. Yeah, the icon name is not MD location only, it's MD location pin. So let's copy this and here paste it as well. Let's save and now see in the browser. Yes, here we have our address. It would look better if we have a gap between the address string and this icon. So for a gap here, I will specify some style with like gap is equal to 1 rem, and yes, now there is a gap and it's looking beautiful. On last, let's add a button. So I'm minimizing our address field, and here I am saying booking button. So for the booking button, button dot button, and inside this I will say book your visit, and here it is. I know it's not looking same as we had in our production version, so to make it same, again in the property.css, sorry, the property.css, not properties, I would say property details, having a button. For that one, make the width as 100% with the margin top of 1 rem. And for more, I would say for the same button, On hovering that, make the transform. So on transform, I will say scale it up around 1.05%, and yes, now it's looking same. Okay, so here in the property.jsx, let's delete this line, and here instead of saying it right, I would say it now as map, and here I'm going to make my own custom component with the name of map. Okay, so in this map I would provide three props. The first one is the address, so address is gonna be data.address. The second one is city, so for the city I would again do the same thing, and the last one is the country. So let me just quickly write this here, like this. Shift Alt F for auto formation of the code. Let's save the code, and now inside the components, okay, let's go to the components. Here I'm making a folder with the name of map. Inside the map I would make a file with the name of map.jsx. Here write RFCE. Let's save this, and in the property.jsx, let me make it small, make this text bigger. Okay, so here I'm going to import it. Let's press Ctrl plus spacebar, and it is giving me auto suggestion. Import it, and it should be imported on the top. Yep, here it is imported. If your auto import is not working, then just make this line. Okay, now let's save this and see in the browser. Yep, here it is saying map, means it is imported correctly. Okay, now inside the map.jsx, here I would make a map container. So for including the components related to the map, we have to install a library which is React Leaflet. So I will open my terminal, and here I am inside the client directory. Here I will write yarn add React Leaflet. So React Leaflet, and it would be better if you install the same version as I have. So you should not be facing any kind of errors. If you here write 4.2.1, then you would install the same version, and the second dependency is simply Leaflet. Let's install this. Now I'm going to my browser, and let's see this library. So React Leaflet, here you can see its documentation, example. It's a great library to render the maps in your React applications, but it has some bugs. Please keep in mind, but don't worry, as I am here I would fix all the things accordingly to our project. But it's a good library, you should check out this. Okay, now let's see in our terminal. Yep, it is installed successfully. Close the terminal. First of all, make a map container. So map container, I think auto import is not working, so I would say import map container, and second one is tile layer. So tile layer from React Leaflet. Okay, and then I can use these things. So inside the map container I would have my tile layer, and for the tile layer I will give some URL. So I will just simply copy and paste this URL. You can pause the video and also make this text like this one, and then I would have my geocoder marker, means the marker to represent a mark on the map, but I will make it on later. If I save this and see in my browser, it's refreshing, and here is the leaflet. It is working on all the places. Let's specify some parameters for our map container. So I will say by default the map container should have a center position like this one. You can just simply copy and paste these values from this tutorial, and then I will say scroll, we'll zoom, let's make it false, and then let's give it some styling. So I would say the height is gonna be 40% of our view height, and the width is gonna be 100% of right side. Then there is a margin top, so let me write margin top is 20 pixel with the z index of, let's say, 0. Save this. So let's see in the browser, and here it is, but it's not looking fine. If I give it a background color, if I give the background color as red, and now see in the browser, If something happens like this as changes are not reflected, then you should refresh your browser. So yes, now I can see, and there is the map. So the div is in its correct place. It's just the inner map which is overflowing. We would fix it on later, but let's for now go ahead. Okay, here I will receive the props. I would say address, city and country, and here I would make my own custom component again with the name of geocoder marker, and I would give it the address, and this address is gonna be the concatenation of all of these props. So here I would say address, and then I would make the city and country like this. Let's remove these things. So here I am just passing single prop address, and I am concatenating all of these three things. Let's close this. Now we can make our component. So inside the components folder, again I am making a new folder with the name of geocoder marker, and in this I will make a file with the name of geocoder marker.jsx. Let's save this inside the map.jsx, try to auto import it. Yes, and here inside the geocoder I am deleting this pretext. I will again use some component from the React leaflet. I would say the marker from React leaflet, give it some position. So position, and then icon is gonna be default icon. Inside this one I would have a pop-up. So pop-up is again from the React leaflet. So first of all I will receive the address in the props like this one, and let's say I'm removing this default icon for now. Okay, then I would say const map is gonna be use map hook from React leaflet again, and here I would say position set. Position is gonna be our state, so import it from React like this one, and by default I'm giving it a value of 60 19. Means if there is no position set, then by default it's gonna take 60 by 19. Okay, so this prop is now satisfied. Our other prop was default icon, which was written something like this one, default icon. Now we have to make somehow this default icon. So here on the very top of this component, okay, I would import L from leaflet, not the React leaflet but simply leaflet, and I will also import its CSS. So I would say import leaflet into dist into leaflet.css. I think it's not mentioned, but we can do something like this, and then I have to import two icons from the same repo like this one. This is the icon and this is the shadow of the icon. Now to make the default icon, after this I would say let default icon is gonna be l.icon, and this one I would give the icon URL as icon and shadow URL by icon shadow. I think here I made a typo. It should be something like this. Now at last I would say l.marker prototype dot options dot icon is gonna be default icon. So this is the whole configuration for making our icon, and it should look like this. So this prop is now also satisfied. Let's save this and see in the browser. Here we have the correct map within our div, and our marker is at the center, not at the center but at the position of 60 by 19, means at its default position. I should refresh it again. Yeah. For more, what can I do? If I go to my code inside the map.jsx, I would remove this background red, and now see, refresh, it's rendering correctly. Now let's try to make it adjustable according to our address that we are receiving in our component here. No, sorry, in the geocoder marker, here we are receiving our address. Okay, so we have to position our icon according to this address. So for positioning this, I have to install a library. So inside the client here, write yarn add esri leaflet geocoder and then specify the version number. I would say 2.3.3. As I said, the React leaflet has some bugs, so these are the sportive libraries that can make our work correct. Let's hit the enter button. Please try to install the same version of dependencies, and there is an error that there is a bug. Okay, yeah, I made a typo. Let me just copy this again, paste it here, and there should not be any V. Try to install it again. Okay, it's installed. Let's go to our code. Here inside my geocoder marker, I would make a use effect after our use state. So here write use effect and then say elg dot. I think I should import the elg first. So on the very top here, I will say import steric as elg from esri leaflet geocoder, and inside the use effect, now I would say elg dot geocode. So this library can translate our English address into the map coordinates. So this is why we have installed it, and then I would give it a prop of text which is gonna be address, and then inside the run there are three parameters: error, result, and response. For this I would say if results, I think they should be results like this one. If results into length is greater than 0. By the way, you can find this whole method on their own official documentation. I'm not going to their websites again and again because our tutorial is already very lengthy. So here I would say latitude and longitude is gonna be results into results, then 0 length, and then set position as latitude and longitude, and map dot fly to latitude, longitude, and then the zoom level is 6. Okay, let's save this and see in the browser. But I think there is something wrong with the speed. Yeah, because I have not given any dependency to React, so I think it's running after every render. If I give it a dependency of address, means every time address changes, then make this use effect run. Let's save this again and see. Yeah, try to refresh. Yep, this is working fine. Let's go to another residency, something like this. I think it's also on the same address. Yeah, so here you can see it is saying Phoenix in US and it is pointed at the Phoenix. Here you can see. Very cool stuff. Actually, I love this library because it has made this complex work so much easy just by using our ELG and the React leaflet. Okay, so our map is now completed. Our next step is to make the login functionality, means the authentication stuff. So whenever someone is going to book his visit, our website would check if the user is already logged in, then continue the booking, and if he is not, then ask for the login. So now we have to set up our complete authentication flow. For authentication, we are going to implement Auth0. If you don't have account, then do sign up, otherwise do login like me. Then you would be provided with such a dashboard. It's very simple. Go to this applications tab, and inside the applications, here we have our all the applications that are active in Auth0. So this one is my already deployed that I use for the introduction. So here I am going to create a new application, and this one I am giving a name of Real Estate YouTube. So this one is going to be a single page web application. Create this. Here it is providing us with all kind of introductions. You can choose any framework you are going to use. So we are using React. You can see a kind of documentation from here, but I am making this process simpler for you. So go to the settings, and here we have all the information. Please remember that this information is going to be confidential for your app, as I am going to remove this after this recording, but you should hide this information from the public. Then scroll down. Here you can apply your own application logo. For now I am just keeping it as default. Here you can provide login URI, but we can provide it after deployment to an HTTPS. And here are the allowed callback URLs. So let's go to our app. Here I am copying this our local development, pasting it here, and then at the very start I will again paste it here, make a comma to separate both of them, and from the first one I am removing the last backslash, and similarly I am making another comma and pasting it again. Here I am adding callback at the end. So these three are allowed callback URLs. Then we have a logout URL, so simply paste our localhost like this. Then we have to specify allowed web origins. For now I am again just pasting it. At the last, the course, for the course again the same thing, and then we can keep it blank for now, all of these configurations as default, and save the changes. Okay, so successfully saved your changes. Now go to the top and open your code. So here we have to install a package. I am closing all of these files. In the terminal, here write yarn add, and the package name is auth0 into auth0/react. Okay, and then I am also specifying the version number for this tutorial so that you should not face any kind of problem. Let's hit the enter button. The package is installed now. Let's close the terminal, and here in our directory search for the main.jsx. I have closed, or not closed but collapsed, all of our repository. Now inside the client side I have inside the src the main.jsx. So I am opening it. Why it's open here? Yeah, like this one. Here I have to import the auth0 provider, so I can import it like this, auth0 provider from auth0 react, and then I have to wrap my all the application inside this provider. So inside this strict mode, here I would use my auth0 provider like this, make it below the app, and here we have to pass some parameters that are going to be our configuration. So for the domain, go here, copy this domain name. Please remember these all things should be confidential, so it's better to use the environment variables, but for now just keeping it simple, I am using it directly here as I have to delete it at the end. Now I have to specify the client ID. So for the client ID, copy this one, paste it here. The other one is authorization params. So inside the authorization params, make a redirect URI like this. For now it should be our local development server. So this one I am pasting it here like this. And the next parameter is very important as it belongs somewhere to our JWT. So here we have to specify our audience. If I open my terminal and go to my server side, then our server is running on the port 8000. So keeping this in mind, I will copy this, paste it like this, and making the audience at port 8000. Now I have to identify the scope. So for the scope, let's say open ID, profile, and email. Okay, cool. So this is the complete configuration that we have to provide. Let's save this and see in the terminal if front end is running fine. Yeah, things are looking correct. Let's close the terminal and open our header.jsx. So inside the components, search for the header. Here it's header and open it. Now on the top, I'm going to import login with redirect from the hook of auth0, and the hook is use auth0. So it is auto imported at the top. It's a function that will provide us pre-built login mechanism from the auth0. Make the braces like this. Now scroll down to our login button. Okay, so here I have my login button. On this, here I would say on click login with redirect. Let's save this and see in the browser. I will also try to refresh my page and click on this login button. So here our login screen. Just see how easy it is to make a complete login flow with the auth0. As you can see here, I have two methods to log in, by email password or by continue with Google. I think I am forgetting something that I think as I have already used their service auth0, therefore my connections are already set up. But if you are new to auth0, then you have to set up your connections. Here you can see in the connections, I have the username password authentication enabled and the Google OAuth2 enabled. And both of them are reflected here on this page. You can add more kind of authentications by going to authentication, going to this social, and here I have enabled this Google OAuth2. You can create new connection, and then here they are providing a lot of providers. The famous are GitHub, LinkedIn, Microsoft, Twitter. So there are plenty of providers. You can enable anyone on this auth0. So for this tutorial, we are only going to log in with Google Auth and the custom email and password. So I am okay with that. By the way, if by default you are not having any connections in your application, then please refer this authentication socials. This is the YouTube one. And once you connect with any authentication social, then they would be appeared here in the connections and you can enable or disable for any of your specific application. Okay, enough talk. Let's go to our browser again here. And for now, I am doing continue with Google. Here it is asking for authorized app. Just accept it. And as our application is not deployed to any original URL, therefore it is asking for authorized app. Otherwise, it would not ask to a real production deployment. And here I am logged in. I know there is no change in the UI because we have not made any changes in our header. We are not considering any kind of conditions whether the user is logged in or not. So let's do it quickly. So in the header.jsx on the very top, here I would include some more things from the use auth0 hook. The first thing is authenticated, and then the user details, and the last one is logout function. Now I will again go to the last where I have this login button and I would render it in a specific condition. So here I have added curly braces. Let's format the code. Okay, so here I would make a condition if is authenticated is not true, like this. In such condition, return this login button. Otherwise, if the user is authenticated, then just simply, for now I'm saying return a div in which we would say user profile. Okay, let's save this and see in the browser. Here you can see it is now saying user profile because we are authenticated. Our next target is to make a profile menu on the top right section if the user is authenticated. So in the profile menu, we would show your favorites, your bookings, all of those things. So for doing this, I am going to install a dependency. So here in the third terminal, I will write jar add maintain core. By the way, I really like the maintain library and I use it in many projects. Then the maintain dates, the maintain form, which is very important for this project. I am installing all of the things at once from the maintain, and the last one is maintain hooks. Hit the enter button and wait for its installation. The installation is completed. Okay, so in our components, here I am going to make a new component with the name of profile menu, and inside this one make a file with the name of profile menu.jsx. Here write rfce like this. Let's save this, and the header.jsx. Now instead of this div, I would say profile menu from profile menu. Let's save this and see in the browser. Yeah, it's rendering correctly. Okay, now I am going to use the menu component from the maintain. If you want to see all the components available in maintain, so you can simply go to maintain.dev and you can see essentially all the components. Click on this search button. By the way, they have very good documentation. So for now we are going to use menu for a maintain. So here write menu, go to this link, and here you can see all type of menus available with the example for each variant and along with their code. So it's very cool. Okay, so that was just a reference. Here in the menu I would first import menu from maintain. So again my auto import is not working, so on the top I would say import menu from @maintain core like this. Now inside the menu we have two things, the menu target and the drop down. So menu dot target, as a target I'm going to use the avatar image of the user. So we can also import avatar from maintain core, and as the src in the header. Okay, here I have profile menu. I will send the user details as user here, and I will also provide the logout function to this. So logout like this. Let's receive them here. So here simply say user and logout. Now in the src I would say user dot picture and alt user image like this. Then I can also specify the radius. It's gonna be Excel. Okay, the next thing is menu dot drop down. So in the drop down we have the menu items. So let's make the first item menu dot item, and in this I would say favorites. I think these things are enough just to test. Let's save this and see in the browser. Okay, nothing happened. Let me see again in my terminal. If I go here, there was an error. Okay, so in the terminal there is an error that it is saying that there is a dependent library emotion React that should be installed to use the maintain. So what I am going to do, I will just simply copy this name from here, go to my third terminal, and here I will write yarn add, then paste its name, hit the enter button. The installation is completed. Now let's see in the browser. If I refresh, again something broken. Let's see again in the terminal that what's the, okay, it is saying error while updating dependencies, so I should restart. I am clearing this. I have stopped the server by pressing Ctrl C, and now I am again writing yarn run dev. Okay, close the terminal, go to our browser. Let's refresh again. And here I have my user image. It's very cool. All type of authentication is handled in the background by the auth0. It knows that I have already logged in and my token is not expired, so it gives you my profile automatically. That is a kind of common behavior in many of websites. Now if I click on this, here I have my menu item favorites, and this is kind of menu target. Okay, so now let's go to our code again. Here I would add a new menu item. I am not adding functionality right now. We will do this on later. For next one I would say as bookings, and at the last menu dot item, here I would say as logout button, and then here on click, as I have imported the logout function on the top, so I'm going to use it here. Then in this function, before logging out, I will clear my local storage. like this, because as we're moving forward, we would need to clear our local storage before logging out. It will make sense in just a second as we are moving ahead. Okay, so now let's save this and see if logout is working or not. Here's logout button, click on this, and yeah, now I am not authenticated and it is giving login button. Let's click on this, continue with Google or use your email address, password. All of these things are handled in background by Auth0, which is pretty cool. I am doing continue with Google, and here I am with my profile image. Next, we are going to use the use context hook in our application to store some global information. Let's see how we can do this. For saving our user details in a context, I will make a new folder inside the src. Here I am making a folder with the name of context, and inside the context, let's make a new file with the name of user details, or maybe simply detail context.js. And inside this, first I will import the create context function from React. Okay, and then I have to specify my user context, so I would say user detail context. It is gonna be a create context function result, and at the end I would say export default user detail context. That's it. Okay, now open our app.jsx. Here on the very top, I would specify my user detail state. So I would say const user details set user details is equal to use state imported from React, and inside this one we have three things: the favorites, then the next thing is bookings, and the next thing is token. I know we have not touched anything related to token or JWT authentication, but right now we are moving towards our JWT. So here I have also specified a field for storing our token in user details. Let's save this. Now on the top of this query client provider, I would say user detail context. It is auto imported at the top. Here you can see, and it is providing a sub provider which is having a value. For the value, I would say it is containing user details and set user details function. Let's close this. Now the closing tag should be at the end of our application, so that our user would be available throughout all our application. Okay, let's save this. Now if I go to our application, then when we are signing in or signing up, then it is not connected to our backend at anywhere. So here I am in our MongoDB database, and if I go to our user collection, then you can see there is nothing data related to our current user, which is zain@gaintime.io, and it is nowhere reflected in our database. Here you can see it is containing only one document that we created at the start just for the testing while the development of backend. So now we have to develop some mechanism. So if the user is onboarding, or let's say signing in, then it should be connected somehow to our backend so that we can store his email information on our backend. I will go to my VS Code, and here I will search for my layout.jsx. So I think we had our layout inside the client, inside the src, and then maybe inside the components. Yeah, here we have our layout.jsx. As we know, layout is the first thing that is going to be rendered on our application. So therefore, I am making some authentication related stuff in our layout. Okay, so first let's extract out some checks that if is authenticated, that we can extract out from use auth0. So the first thing is authenticated, and then I can also extract the user information like this. The next thing is set user details, use context from React, and then user detail context that we have made. So now we can access this function of set user details. By the way, just for now, like for the next 10 to 15 minutes, this line doesn't make any sense. For now, we are only going to deal with the is authenticated end user. You will see how we are going to use this. Okay, let me make a use effect now. So in the use effect, I will give the dependency as whenever the is authenticated status is updated. Then what we have to do, basically we have to check on our backend that if user is not already existed, then make its document, and if it exists, then do nothing. So for doing this, I am going to use the mutation hook of our React query. Here you can say use mutation from React query. Inside this one, we have to specify our mutation key. So for the mutation key, you can say user.email, and then we can also specify the mutation function, which is a necessary thing by the way. And I would say create user, and in which I would give the user email as a parameter. What it has, it should be create user like this. Okay, I know right now we have no function like create user, so let's quickly make this. I will go to our api.js. Here, open this. At the very bottom, I would make the export const create user. It's a kind of async function and it is containing email. Then I would make a try catch block. Inside the catch block, let's handle the error first. So I would simply say toast.error, something went wrong. I can also say please try again. Yeah, this is better. At last, throw the error. Let me check. Yeah, everything is fine. So now in the try, I would say await API dot post, and then we have to specify the route. So we have the route of register, and by the way, every route should start with a backslash like this one. Then as a second argument, we can pass the parameter. So there is only one parameter, which is the email. Let's save this inside the layout. Auto import this function as we have defined it properly like this. And now in the use effect, I will say if user is authenticated, then mutate. Mutate means if this condition is true, then run this function. As simple as this. If you remember, we have a proper route in our backend server. In the server, in the routes, in the user route, here you can see we have a proper register route which is creating a user, which is doing all of these checks. Therefore, I'm not explaining it again, but giving you just a reference in case if you have forgot what was that. So let's save this, go to our browser, open the network request. Okay, so go to the network, try to refresh. And here I will say, yeah. So there is a request with the name of register, and here is the parameter of ZAIN@gainTimeIO, and the response is user already registered. Let's see in our database if I have any new user. Refresh the collection, and the user, yes, I have this ZAIN@gaintime.io. Therefore, in the console, it is saying response user already registered. So it's working fine. Now the problem with this approach is, now you know my API is working like this. So any person who is not even using our platform, like who is not even visiting our website, can make false user, can make dummy, or you can say he can make invalid users. So to prevent this, we apply the terminology of tokens, or you can say JWT. So let's see how we can implement this. By doing the JWT, we would make sure that if a user is signing in, then he must visit our website, then click the login button, then should follow the proper procedure and if he is a valid user, then only create an instance in our MongoDB, because Auth0 is already very much secure. We have to secure our MongoDB with these tokens. So let's see how I'm gonna do this. I will go to my server directory here, and inside the config I will make a new config file, and for this one I'm giving the name of auth0 config.js. Here first import auth from, we have to, I think we have already installed the package, yeah, because on the backend side we have installed all the packages at once while we started the tutorial. So I'm going to import it from express auth0 jwt barrier like this. Now I have to make jwt check. So for the jwt check I would say auth. First we have to specify our audience, as our backend server is running on localhost 8000, and if I go to my main.jsx, here you can see we have specified the audience on the HTTP localhost 8000. So same configuration we have to apply here. Let's paste this, the issuer base URL. The issuer base URL is again a kind of very confidential thing that you should keep confidential and secure. So if I go to my main.jsx, this is my domain ID and this is the issuer base URL as well. So in the auth0 config, here first write HTTPS and then this markup, at the last add our domain, and then I have to specify my token signing in algorithm. So here, yes, I can make this as RS256, which is the default method of token signing in, and at the last I would say export default jwt check. Let's save this. Now I would go to my route. So inside the routes, on the user route, on this register endpoint, I would add a middleware, and the middleware is gonna be our jwt check. Means when someone is registering, first he has to pass our jwt check middleware. If he pass, then we will create the user, and if not, then we would simply return. As simple as this. Now let's save this. So for passing this jwt check, we have to pass the token from the front end. So I will again go to my layout.jsx, and in this use effect, instead of doing simply mutate, I will make a function with the name of get token and then register. Let's copy the name, and in the use effect I am defining this function as an async function. Here write response is equal to await. There is a function that we can get from our useauth. The function is get access token with popup like this. So I am using this function get access token with popup, and here we have to specify some parameters as well, and the parameters are authorization parameters. So the first thing is audience. Again, the audience is gonna be our localhost 8000. So I am just pasting this value here like this, and then we should also define our scope. Our scope includes OpenID, profile, and the email. Now we have to use the response. Before using this, I'm gonna store this response in our local storage dot set item, and here I would say the access token. So the access token is gonna be the response. That's why I have cleared our local storage while I was doing a logging out. Here you can see in the profile menu, yeah, when you were clicking on the logout button, then first I was clearing the local storage so that we can clear our access token, and then I was doing a logout. So here why I did so. After this, I would say set user details. In the user details, I would include this token. So I would say spread out the previous things, anything that it contains, and then in the token, save the response. I think the response is available in the upper scope, so I should move all of these things in the function. By mistake, I have made them out of the function. Yeah, if I format the code, and let's make some difference here, like this, like this. Now at the end, I would say Before mutating, let's try to see the response. So if I console log response, let's save this, and in the browser, uh, I should allow the pop-up. Done. Now let's refresh and see there is a pop-up happened. I should accept this thing, and here is my authorization token. Yes, if I again refresh, then a pop-up should come, it goes, and there is my refresh token, sorry, the authentication token. It's working very fine. So now I am deleting this console log from here, and I would say now mutate with this response. I am giving this response as a parameter to our mutate, so I can use it here. In the mutation function, I can receive the response with the name of token, and along with the user email, I would also send that token. Let's save this and go to our api.js, and here I would receive the token as well with the name of token, and where I am sending the parameters of email, I would also send the headers as well now. So headers are gonna be authorization headers, I would say barrier with the token. This is the very general method of authentication with the JWT, that we use the barrier technique. At the receiving side, it would be divided on the basis of barrier word, then backend would take the token, but all of these things would happen behind the scenes, as now we are implementing auth0. Let's save this, and I will also format the code like this. Now let's save. I will go to my database here, and let's delete this user to check if it's working or not. Now in my browser, I will do a relogin, check the network status. In the network, I think it is cleared off, but we can always check our database. If I refresh, then there is zain@gaintime.io, means it's working fine. We can also check the status of our backend server by going to our this terminal, and here it is saying creating a user. At that time it was unauthorized, maybe something happened while we were discussing different things in the console log, all those things, but right now it's working fine. So using the same technique, if I go to my user route, I will add this JWT check while booking the ID, so we can secure our all the routes. Okay. So in short, we have applied JWT check on register, booking a visit, removing a booking, adding to favorite, and getting all of your favorite list. Similarly, I will go to my residency route. So here is my residency route. I will add this JWT check while creating a residency. So JWT check like this, let's save, and those two routes should be unchecked, because we want, if user is not authenticated, still he should be able to get all the residencies or get the information about a specific residency. So we have successfully implemented our JWT authentication, and just for a double check, if in the api.js, if I somehow remove this header, let's remove all of these headers, and if I remove from here this one, okay, it's removed. Now open the network tab. Now refresh, the register request should be failed. So okay, things are loading. Token, yeah, here you can see it is saying something went wrong, please try again, because in the request, in the payload, and in the headers, you can see there is no barrier token. The payload is complete, but there is no token. And as soon as I include this header, if I uncomment this, now if I see the register request, which is containing the authorization barrier token, and the response is user is successfully created. How cool it is, and how easy it was to apply JWT using auth0. On next, I will make a hook with the name of use auth check. It's a very simple hook By the way, why I'm making this hook, because when we are going to make the functionality of like a residency or book your visit, then we have to do a same thing first. First we have to check if user is authenticated, then allow the further procedure. Otherwise show a pop-up, or you can say show a toast message that you must be logged in. So just for this purpose I am making a new hook. Inside the hooks, make the use auth check dot gsx, write RAFCE, and here in the return I will just return a function with the name of validate login, and then on the top I would make the same function with the name of const validate login. To proceed within this function, first I have to extract the is authenticated state from use auth 0. So is authenticated from, I have to import auth 0 and auth 0 react. Okay, now inside the validate login, simply say if user is not authenticated, so you can show a toast error where it would say you must be logged in, and then we can make the position as bottom right. Okay, now let's import this toast. So on the very top I would say import the toast from Reactjs. Okay, then after showing the message, return the false status, and if user is authenticated, then return the true status. Okay, so this is very simple hook. Let's save this, and I am also going to delete this React which is having no use here. Now I would go to my property page. So inside the properties I have property.gsx, and in here I would make a new use set. Let's delete this console log of data, and here make const modal opened and set modal opened. I am doing this for opening the booking model, and it is a use state. By default it is false, and then I am going to import the validate login from our new hook which is use auth check. Okay, let's go to our booking button. So at the very bottom here we have our booking button. Okay, let's format the code. Okay, here I can say on click. Let's execute this function where I would say first of all validate the login, and if validate login returns true, then set modal opened as true. As simple as it is. Now format the code. Let's save this. After this, below this button, here I would make my model. So I would say it as booking model, and let's provide it some parameters. So some parameters would be, first is the open state, which can be determined by our modal open state, and then set opened. I can provide my set modal open state here. The other state can be our property ID. So property ID is gonna be ID. If you remember, we are receiving this ID from here, means from our main URL. Okay, I explained this. What we are doing here, we are splitting on the basis of slash, and then we are just getting the last element so we can get the ID of property. Same property ID we are passing to our booking model, and then the last thing is email. So email can be user into email. I have to import the user. So on the very top I would say const user from use auth 0, and like this. Let's save this. I know there would be an error because we have not made any component with the name of booking model. So inside a directory, inside the components, make a new folder with the name of booking model. Here make a file booking model.jsx, write RAFCE, and in this component we're gonna use the maintain models. So in this component remove this pretext, and here import the model from the maintain. Okay, I think it is not giving me correct suggestion, so I would include it manually like this. Now I would be receiving some parameters as I mentioned earlier, that the first parameter opened, then set opened, and the email, the last one is ID, which is the property ID. I think if I go to property.jsx, then I have mentioned it properly as property ID, so it should be same name here. Now inside the model, I would provide the same states as open is equal to opened, set opened is gonna be set opened. Let's give a title. Let's say here I can say select your date of visit, and then I am saying it as centered one. I would render a simple day in which I can say in a span. Let's save this. In the property.jsx, I would auto import it like this, format the code. Let's see in the browser what are the results. So here, as you can see right now, I am in a non-authenticated state, means I have not logged in. So let's try to go any property and then try to book your visit. And yeah, this is saying you must be logged in. This is the expected behavior. Now if I do a login, continue with Google, and again go to our property, then try to book your visit, and the model is open. Yeah, everything is working correctly. Right now it is not closable. So by the way, we can fix it. Go to the code in our booking model. Here instead of saying set open, I can say on close, execute a function which is set opened as false. Now again go to our browser and click here. Now it is closing. Okay. You can also see the documentation of this model component again on the maintain website. Everything is very simple. Now let's try to give some original content here. So first of all, I would say div with the flex call center, and then inside this one I would give a date picker from the maintain again. So we can include the date picker on the top as like this one. And at last, I would use the button from the same maintain core, and inside the button, I would say book visit. Let's see in the browser. I think it is not updated. Let's try again. If I refresh, okay, there is an error. So it is saying the date picker is not exported from there. Okay, so I have checked that date picker is not a part of maintain core. It is the part of maintain dates. So here I write import from maintain dates. Let's save this. Now in the browser, refresh our page. So yeah, here I have a beautiful calendar which is a date picker, and here I have a button from maintain which is saying book visits. Now we have to make all of these components as a controlled input so that we can save the values of our visit and we can send the information to our backend as well. For doing this, here on the top of our return statement, I would make our use state const value set value use state from React, and by default I am giving it the null value. So on the date picker, I would say value is gonna be equal to value, and on change means on selecting a date, set the value to the selected date, and the minimum date that is selectable is gonna be our current date. So if I save this, go to our browser, book the visit, and yeah, the earlier dates are not selectable and these are selectables. Now I have to play with the state of our button. So I would say the button is gonna be disabled if there is no value, means if the value is null, and then on click I will again make a mutate function like this. By the way, when we are using the React query, then we always try to use the mutate function when we have to upload some data towards the database. And when we are uploading some data, when we are updating some states in our database, then we mostly use the use mutation instead of use query. So let's format the code again. Here I would say const mutate. I will also fetch this loading state. Let's say use mutation, and then the mutation function is gonna be book visit, which we have to make yet in our API. I'm gonna provide the value, the property ID, the email, and the most important is the token. So from where we can get the token? We can get the token from our user details context. So inside the user details, first of all, import the use context from the React, and here write user detail context. So here on the top of my component, I am importing my user detail context like this, and it is imported here. Let's format the code. And from the user details, again I'm using the destructuring, and I am importing the token. Now if I try to console log the token, let's save. Okay, there is a problem that it is saying failed to import the user detail context. Okay, let me try again. The user detail context. Let's delete this. So let me import again. Import user detail context from go outside, then go outside inside the context. Here, yeah, this one. Let's save it again. The error is gone. Here I also have my token. If I open this, the token should be rendered. Yeah, now it's working fine. Let me delete this console log. Okay, so here I can provide the token in my use mutation function. Now on next, let's make this book visit function in our api.js. So here I have my api.js, and I would say export const book visit async. First receive all the parameters, the property ID, the email, and the token. Double check the sequence. Yes, the date, property ID, email, and token, and same here. Okay, now try block and the catch block, and the catch block again toast dot error, something went wrong, please try again, and then throw the error. Okay, so it's a basic stuff and we are doing it again. Now await API dot post, and while posting go to the user route. Let me check again our routes, where we have this in the user route. Yeah, I have this book visit. Okay, so I would say here book visit with some property ID like this one. The next thing is the parameters. So email parameters means the payload, by the way. Okay, so the ID is gonna property ID, and for the date I have to convert the date in a specific format. So to convert the date in a specific format, again here I am in the client directory. I will add the day.js. I would say yarn add day.js. Let's hit the enter button. So now I can import day.js hopefully. Here I would provide my current date as the day.js. Current date means our selected date, and format it in a format of like this. I want to store our date in this format to our database, and then in the headers I will specify our token. So headers gonna be authorization, which is again barrier token. Let's save this. Let's import this book visit function as well from api.js like this. Go to our browser and try to book our visit for the first time. So I am booking for the date 15. Click on book visit, see the network tab. So okay, I think it's been removed. So I'm going to my MongoDB, and here let's try to refresh the entries. And in the book visits, here I am having my first object, which is having the date of 15/07, and this ID should be same as we have in our URL. So in our URL we have 648 and in the end 608. So, and in the database we have 648 608, means it's the same residency. So that means our book visit function is running correctly. Now we have to polish this functionality. Okay, so again in the code, first on this button I would say it should be disabled if there is no value, and if the function is running we can get this state from here is loading. I should make some difference, yeah, like this. And then in the mutation function I would say on success means when the booking is completed. Let's call another function which is handle booking success, and in the handle booking success let's copy this and here const handle booking success. Make a toast message of toast dot success, you have booked your visit, and then I'm giving it some position. So position is gonna be bottom right. Let's import the toast as well from React Toastify, format the code, make again something like readable. The other thing is I would make an on error state. If any error occurred during this complete booking session, then I would say on error our response would be received as a prop, and then in the toast message I will show the toast response. And then on settled means when all of these things are done, then set open as false means I want to close our model. Let's save this, and in the browser let's try to go to another property. So in the properties I will go to this property, let's book our visit, and here I am booking for the date 21, and yep, it's working fine. Okay, so in the code what we have to do next, when user have booked his visit, then we also want to update the user context. Means we have the user details in user detail context. As we go to app.jsx, right here in the app.jsx within the user details we have an array of bookings that is initially empty, but right now as we have booked a visit, then that array should be updated. So for updating that array, here I will also fetch the set user details function from the same user detail context. Make it like this. After showing the toast message, I would say set user details, have the previous state in the prev, and then spread out the previous state. Take the bookings array, and in the bookings array spread out the previous bookings, because we have to update the only one booking ID. So in the booking have a property ID, the date is gonna be again day.js value as we have stored in our database, so we should store in the same format. Okay, let's import it from the day.js, and here say format. So let me repeat what is gonna do. It is taking the previous state of user details as a prop, then spreading out the previous state. Then in the bookings it is spreading out the previous bookings, and then adding a new property ID in the bookings. So this is exactly the same format as we have in our MongoDB, just like here the ID and date. So similarly here we have the ID and the date. Now I will save this, and I am copying over this statement of importing user details from the user detail context. Let me format the code so you can see better. I am copying this from line number 11 to line 14. Going to property.jsx, and here on the top I am just pasting it because here I have to use this user details. Let's import the bookings as well along with the token. So here I would say bookings, because in the app.jsx, let me go to app.jsx, we are saying it as bookings, so I am importing the same thing here as bookings. Now let's go here, and I want to render the book visit button only if we have not already booked the visit, because right now I have booked my visit. Okay, let me refresh. There is an error occurred. Let's see what's the error. Use context is not defined. Yeah, the error is occurred because of this statement. This one I have to import the use context from React, and I have to import the user details context. So for this one import.js. Now the error should be gone. Yeah, so you can see I have already booked my visit for this residency, but the booking button is still here, which should not be the case. So to tackle this problem, here I have again used the token and bookings, and I am making all of these thing under a condition. So what is the condition? I would say map over the bookings, and then I would say only return the book ID. Like, we are iterating through our bookings, and I am making a new array which is only containing the ID of booking. Then from that array I am saying if this includes our current property ID, instead of rendering this button, do something else. So here I am making this colon and making it again under round braces. This here I have to make another bracket, and in the first result I would make a button which is having a variant of outline width of 100% and color red. In this I would make a span which is saying cancel booking. Let's save this and see. Okay, the problem was because in the booking model here I have set it as booking, however it should be bookings. Now let's try again. I will make my MongoDB updated with the changes. So let me delete this object of book visits. Okay, and then try again. Book my visit. Hopefully it should work fine now. And again there is an error that saying button is not defined. Yeah, I know the things are happening very wrongly here. Again I will go to my database, refresh. Delete this right now, and again try to book or visit again, and just now it is rendering the cancel booking. So finally it's working. I know there were a lot of error, but hopefully you understood why that error happened, and I am not editing these parts, just to give you the clear view of development. And then if we already have a booking, then along with saying this button of cancel booking, we should render some other information. So I will make an empty tag like this, render our button inside this, and here make a span bookings dot filter for each booking, scan if booking dot id is equal to our current property, as it is going to return as an array in the result of filter statement. Therefore I am taking the first result and checking its date. So here I am displaying the date of our current visit, and yes, it is saying your visit already booked for this date. Now we have to make the functionality of cancel our booking. So for cancelling a booking, on the top, just below this user detail context, here I would say const mutate, and for this mutate I am giving it a name of cancel booking, and is loading is like cancelling. It's just a convention to give different names as a result of destructuring. So use mutation again from the React query. You can see it should be imported. Yeah, it is imported. So I am saying mutate as cancel booking and is loading as cancelling. The next thing is mutation function. So for the mutation function, I would make a function in our API with the name of remove booking, the ID and the user into email, and the token. These things are going to be as a parameter. And then on success, what on the success I have to do, I have to set my user details accordingly. So as I did while booking. So if you go to booking model here, after successfully making a booking, I was updating my set user details to add a new booking. So as now we are removing, so I have to update my user details to remove the current booking. So here I would say take the previous state, spread out that one, go to the take the bookings array, and here previous into bookings into filter means take all the bookings where the booking into ID is not equal to the current ID. So this will return an array accept our current ID, means accept our current property ID. Let's save this, and after setting our user details, at the end I would say a toast success message. Let's import it from Reactjs. Now we have to make remove booking in our API.js. So I would copy and here say export const remove booking async function. Take the ID, email and token as parameter. Make the try catch block. I am copying and pasting the statement of our route, which is user int remove booking to our current ID. If I go to user route, this is the remove booking route, and if I go to cancel booking, here you can see it is taking email ID as the parameter. So here I am providing the email and the ID as the parameter to our URL and email as a payload. And finally in the headers, again I am sending the barrier token. So let's save this, and in the property let's import our remove booking from the utils API, and then I have to make a call towards the cancel booking. So here I have the cancel booking button. Simply cancel the booking like this. So it's straightforward. Now on the top where I had the function as I have the cancelling as the is loading state, so I would disable this button if the function is already running. So disable is equal to is cancelling. Okay, so like this one, let's format the code again. Here we have all the parameters. Let's go to browser and hope for the best. If I cancel my booking, and everything is working fine. So let's move to our other functionality, which is like and dislike a property. For making the like functionality, if I go to the top, here I have made a like button. So instead of making a simple React icon, here I would make a reusable component of heart. Why I'm making a reusable component? Because I want to use the same heart functionality on our residency slider, on our card, and in the detail as the same property.jsx. Therefore, I am making it as a reusable component and giving it the ID of our property. So ID is equal to ID. Now inside the components, if I go to here inside the components, I am making a new folder with the name of heart, in which making a file of heart.jsx, doing the same step of RFCE. And here instead of this pretext, I am pasting the same our AI fill heart from the React icons. Let's auto import it like this. Now inside our property.jsx, try to auto import it. Let's save this and see on our properties page. Okay, I will go to this property. The icon is rendering correctly, means everything is working fine. Let's go to our code again, and inside the heart.jsx, I will make a use state for the color of our heart. Here I would say const heart color and then set heart color. Make it a state from the use state, and by default I am giving it a white color. And here instead of this color, now I would say the heart color. Let's save this. Okay, now let's try to handle the click on this SVG. So here I would say on click, make a function, and inside the function I will receive the event. So with the event, the first thing I would do e.stop propagation and then handle like. In the handle like, I would determine whether I have to like or dislike this. So let's see how I can do this. So inside the handle like, here I would define it like this. Okay, first thing, we have to validate if the user is logged in or not. So as you know, we can validate our login from our custom hook, which is returning the validate login function. The custom hook is use auth check like this. Here I would say if the validate login returns true, then in that case set the heart color, take the previous value if previously it is liked. So I would say if let's say the previous, here I would say if the previously it is liked. So for liking I am not using the pure red color. Instead of that one I would use the something custom FA3EF5. Yeah, it's a custom red, just a shade of red. So if it is red, then make it white. Otherwise it is white, then make it save the red shade like this. Okay, now if I go to my property and try to like this, yes, it is changing its color. I think I have made something wrong with the color shade, so let me just simply copy and paste this value. I will paste it here. I will also paste it here. Let's save this and see again. Yeah, now it's pure red. The other thing is if the user is authenticated and it is liking a property, then it is somehow to be connected with our backend. So here I would use the mutate again because we have to send the information to our server. And then let's use the use mutation. So const mutate, and I will not use the loading state here, just simply use the use mutation from React, and then the mutation function. The mutation function is gonna be to favorites. I would send the ID that I should receive here, my property ID. As you remember, in the property.jsx we had our property ID at the very top, so I can send the same ID here as ID is equal to ID. Let's save this. So I am receiving property ID on the top. So to the function to favorite I am sending the ID, and then I also have to send the user email. So I can fetch the user from our use auth 0 hook like this, and then I would say user into email, then also give the token. So for the token I have to use my user context. So I am doing it quickly by just copying and pasting it like this. Now import the user detail context properly. So import user detail context, so it is auto imported like this. I also have to import the use context from the React, and then here I am using the token. As we are working with the like and dislike functionality, then we will also have to update our favorites array. If I go to my app.jsx, just to recall, here you can see I also have the favorites array. So therefore I am also destructuring the favorites array in our heart functionality. So here I have made a reference to a function to favorite that we have not made yet. So I will go to my api.js and here make export const to favorite. Then again it's an async call, and in the parameters we are receiving ID, email and token. I am pasting the code, okay, because we have done it so many times, so it should not be a problem for you guys now. Just through an error in the try block I am writing this. So what I am doing here, I am making a route towards our API, and then in the user route I am calling the two favorite endpoints and sending the ID of our property as a parameter and the email as a payload, and then in the headers I am sending the authorization token. Let's save this, and here I would say on success means when the request is successfully completed, then what to do. Okay, here I should make a comma like this. On success, set the user details. First of all take the previous state and then destructure the previous state and update the favorites array. So here I would make the update favorites as a custom function and give the previous dot favorites as a parameter to update favorites function. Now we have to define this. So inside the utils, inside the common.js, where we have defined our slider settings and get menu styles, at the last I would say export const update favorites, take the ID of the newly favorite property and the previous favorites as the parameter. And inside this I would say if the favorites not the length, but if the favorites includes id, means if favorites already include our current property, then remove it. So here I would say return favorites dot filter residency id, and then residency id, where the residency id is not equal to our current id. I think it's very straightforward process. I am just returning all of the ids in the favorites except the current id if it is already included. And then if it's not the case, then I would simply destructure our previous favorites and include the current id. Very simple stuff. Okay, so this function is completed. Let's save this, go to our her.jsx, try to import update favorites from the utils common, and try to import my two favorites from utils API. Let's save this, and I think, yeah, things are looking cool. Go to our property.jsx, try to give a heart, but before doing this, I will open my console and I will go to network request, try to give a heart, and in the response it is saying updated favorites, means it's working fine. If I go to properties, I would go to another property, try to give a heart, and in the network, if I dislike this, then it is again saying remove from favorites, means the like and dislike both are working very fine. Now the other thing is, let's say if I have liked this property and if I'm going to properties, the state is no more persisted, means here you can see it is giving me as not liked, and even if I go to this property, it is not giving me red color, which should be the case because it is included in our liked array. As you remember, we have imported the favorites, so now this is the time to use this. So I would make a use effect imported from React, and then inside this use effect I will give the dependency as the favorites set heart color. How I can set the heart color? I'll say check favorites. Again, I have to define this custom function. Before defining, I will give the id and the favorites array as the parameter. Now let's copy the name inside the common.js, write export const check favorites, and here return if favorites dot includes if favorite includes the current id. Okay, I should import the id and the favorites like this. If it contains, then give the same red shade like this one, and if it's not the case, then give the white color like this. Let's format the code and try to import this one here. Now see in the browser. Okay, I will go to my property this again, and it is having the red color. If I dislike it, and if I go to properties, now again I go to this, here it is white, and if I liked it, yeah, it is persisted. Now we have to apply the same heart component on our cards and on our here slider as well. So let's do this. It's a very quick step. First I will go to my property card. So this is the property card. Inside the JSX, here I have this AI fill heart. I will remove this, and here I would say the heart, give it the id as car.id, close this component, auto import this component. Let's save this, try to see in the browser, and go to our properties, try to like this, go to our properties again, and here it is persisted. And you can also like and dislike the properties even from this page. So the things are working fine, and we are using the same property card on our sliders, so it is also persisted here. Now the next problem is, let's say now I have all of my like states very properly enabled, but if I refresh my page, then I am on the same account, but I am not able to see my like properties because we have never fetched over all the likes. So now to tackle this problem, I will go to my VS Code. Let's close all of these files and go to our layout.jsx. So inside the components, I have my layout.jsx. Here, as I am using the mutation for our creating a user and for registering it, Similarly, I will call our new custom hook, which is use favorites. I have to define this function, the hook. So inside the hooks, I will make a new file with the name of usefavorites.jsxrafce, and on return, just simply make a blank object like this. In this hook, first I will import all the required things. So first of all, I would import the user details and the set user details from our React context hook. So use context from React, and again import the user details context like this. The next thing that I have to import is the query ref. So query ref is gonna be a type of use ref. Use ref is a hook from React, so we can import it like this. It is imported at the top. Now we have to make a query to fetch all of our favorites. So here inside the const, I would say const is loading is error, and I would also fetch a function of refetch. Let's say the use query from the React query, and inside this pass all the configuration. In the configuration, the first thing is the query function, but before the query function we should also have a query key for this one, so that should not be fetched again and again. It is important to make a cache. So here I would say all favorites and make a comma here. Then inside the query function, I would say get all fav. I have to make this function in our api.js. So the first parameter is gonna be our current user. I can fetch the current user from our use auth 0 like this. And then in the get all favorites, I would say user into email and the user details into token. Then it would be enabled only if the user is not undefined. And then I am giving it as tail time. So after how much time it should be refetched from the server, I am giving it as 30,000 milliseconds. Next, when we fetch all of our favorites, then on success I have to update my context. So I would say on success have the data as a parameter, and then set user details. Inside set user details, take the previous value, spread out the previous detail, and inside the favorites array make it according to our new data. As we are simply returning an object, so this object should be enclosed in the round braces like this, and here should be a comma like this one. So after this I will give a value to our query ref. So query ref dot current is equal to the refetch function. Why I am doing this? Because inside the use effect I think there should be a y as well. Okay, why I'm making this? Because inside the use effect I have to enable this. So I would say user details whenever the token is changed. So whenever the token is updated, we have to refetch again. Therefore I am saying the query ref dot current, then query ref dot current execute. Means if there is a function, then execute it on the change of our token. And in the return I would say return the data is error is loading, and also let's give the refresh function as well. Now we have to make this function of get all favorites. So I am copying this name. I would go to my api.js here, and let's write this one, export const. It is again an async function in which I am receiving the email and token of the user. Now I would say if there is no token, then simply return, and if this not the case, then make the try catch block. Okay, and here simply throw the error. You can also make a toast message. So let's say I simply make this toast message of something went wrong while fetching favorites. Okay, and inside the try block I am making a request to our server like this. On our user route, make a call to all favorites endpoint, and it would give a response. Okay, so now I have to return the response, but before returning the response I would like to see that what is in the response. Console log response. Let's do like this. Let's save this. Also auto import it. like this. Let me double check if we have imported all the things. The things are looking fine for me. And in the layouts, now import the use favorite hook like this one. Let's save this, go to our browser and try to see. Here I have received an object, and the object is containing our favorite residency's ID in the data field. So what I will do in my code, inside the api.js, I am removing this console log, and within the response I would say go to the data and then have the favorite residency's ID, the response. Let's save this inside the use favorites. Now we are receiving the favorite residency's ID in our data. And the next thing is, here I think I have again made a typo. The spelling is favorites, favorites. Let's save this. Now try to see in our browser. I have liked these two residencies. Let's add these two as well. Okay, now let's try to refresh the page and see if these states are persisted or not. Okay, I have an error. Let's see what's the error. It is saying cannot read properties of includes inside the check favorites. So I will go to my code and let's go to our common. Okay, and here if I add a question mark like this, let's save this and see in the browser again. Yes. Now, as I said earlier, that when we are dealing with the data that we have fetched from the backend, then we should use the question mark. It's a good convention. Let me like this one again and then try to refresh, wait for login, and yeah, the state is persisted. And if you observe it keenly, then you would notice that we have the same problem with this booking state as well, that it is also not persisted. So what I will do, I will make a same hook for our booking as well, as I have the use favorites. So I am making a same hook with the name of use bookings.jsx, and instead of writing rfc, I will simply copy this. I will paste the complete hook right here, and where there is use favorites, I would say it as use bookings, and then this is imported correctly. Now I have to modify this function and this key. So here I would say all bookings, and then instead of get all fav, I would say get all bookings. Now let's make this function in our api.js. So here simply say export const get all bookings, make it an async function, take the email and token as parameter, and inside this one simply make a try catch block. Inside the catch I am again copy and pasting our toast message, and here I would say while fetching bookings, and then simply throw the error like this. And if I go to my top, I am again including this condition in this function as well on the top of try, that if there is no token then simply return, and otherwise everything is correct in the token, then what to do, simply call this endpoint of user all bookings. If you remember in our user route, let me go to our server side, inside the routes, inside the user routes, here I have our all bookings route, which is going to give me my all bookings. So I am calling the same endpoint here, giving as the email as a payload and authorization header. Then let's save this. Also try to auto import it here like this one. Now instead of updating favorites, here I should update the bookings, and everything else is pretty much same. Let's save this, and inside the layout where I am calling use favorites, I am also going to call use bookings like this. Let's see in the browser. If I open here, I am receiving the object inside the data, inside the booked visits. I am receiving my all the booked visits. So right now I have not booked any visit. So I am going to remove this console log like this and try to see its behavior, that if it is persisted or not. I am trying to book my visit for the date 31, and I should give a gap here. I have just noticed that I am not giving a gap, so I would go to my property.jsx and I should go to my model. So this is my booking model. Go to its definition, and here I would give some styling. So in the styling I would say the gap between them should be 1 rem. Let's save this and see. Yeah, now it's looking better. There is some gap between calendar and the button. I am saving my booking for the date 27, book visit. Okay, the booking is reserved. Now if I go to the home page, go to properties, try to go this here, it is still persisted, and if I refresh my page, wait for the login, and yeah, now our booking state is also persisted. So we are done with the functionality of booking and like. The next thing we are going to do, we are going to make a header button here to upload your own residency and upload its all details. So let's see how we can do this. Let's close all the files here, and now I will go to my header component. So inside the components, here I have the header. Inside the header.jsx, just above this login button, here I would make the add property model. So add property button, let's say, and after this I would say make a div. Inside the div I simply say add property, just format the code, save it, and see in the header. Yeah, in the header now I have add property. On next I will make a model for adding the property. I would say add property model, and then inside the components I would make a new folder with the name of add property model. Here make a file RAFCE like this. Let's save it, and in the header.jsx I am going to import this model like this. Now I am going to make a state for this model. So on the very top here I would say const model opened and set model opened. By default it is false, and here on this model right here I would send the opened as model opened and set opened as set model opened like this. Now on clicking this button, so here I would say on click handle add property click. So handle add property click like this. Let's copy this function name. I am formatting the code again. So on the very top here I would make a function like const like this one, and first of all we have to validate our login. So we can validate our login again from our custom hook. So I would say validate login first, which would be imported from use check auth or use auth check, sorry. So .tsx like this. Let's give some extra space, and here in handler I would say if validate login is true, then set the add property, or sorry, set the model opened as true. Okay, if I click on this add property now, so the toast is not coming. Let's see in the code. Here I have written if validate login from the use auth check. Okay, yeah, here is a problem. I should remove this. It can be written as simply handle add property click. Let's save it and see, this time it should work. Yes, here it is saying you must be logged in. So if I log in now, then try to click on here again and it is saying nothing, means it is working fine. Okay, now I have to make this model. So first of all, in this model I would be receiving two things, the open state and the set open function, and then instead of this pretext here I would use the maintain model. So import model from the maintain core, and I am giving the open state on the basis of our received prop, and then on close means on clicking the cross icon set open as false. The next is close on click outside. Yes, we want to do this, and the size of this model, so I'm going to give it 90 rem, and here it's saying property model for now. Let's save this and see in the browser. If I click here, yes, it is opening and saying property model. Now we have to make content inside our model. Okay, so just remove this property model and here import the container again from the maintain code, and for this container I am giving it a height of 40 rem and I am also gonna give it some width, and width is 100%. After this, what I will do, I will make a stepper form. So to make the stepper form, I will go to the maintain dev, and here I am on the documentation of stepper component, and here I would find the disable next step selection example. Here basically you can't select the next step by clicking on the icon here, you can only select by clicking on the button. So I am copying this complete example and just pasting it simply in our code. So here inside the container, let's paste it. Now to deal with this active and set active state, I have to make a use state here. So I would say const active and set active. Use the use state, and by default I'm giving the use state of 0. Let's save this in the browser. If I go to my project, okay, there is an error occurred. The error is saying stepper is not defined. Yeah, that's right. I have to import the stepper from the maintain core. Let's save this. Now try again. Okay, now if I click on add property, here I have my stepper form. Now I would try to modify this stepper form according to our needs. Let's close this console here and go to our code. First, let's format this complete code so it should be more readable like this. Now continue from the very first step. The first step is gonna be the location. We have to select the location of our newly property, so in the newly created property, and in the description I would say the address. If I save this and see here you can see it is saying location and the address. Now I have to render the content for this step. So instead of saying this one, here I would make a component with the name of add location, and I will make this component. Inside the components I would say the add location. Inside this folder make the add location .jsx like this, rfce. Let's save this, and here I am importing this like this. See in the browser, and yes, it is imported successfully. Okay, now I'm going to specify the details of our property. So that detail would be spreadable in all of these components, means that would be the one source of truth for all of these steps, and they will try to modify or update themselves according to that state. So here on the very top I would say, and here I would define a custom object, and in which I am specifying all of these fields. Here is the title, description, price, country, city, all of these things. By default I am giving them a kind of null string, and price is an integer, therefore I am saying it as 0, and similar case for the facilities. Now for the user emails, I should have the information of user, so let's import the user from auth 0. Here I would say import user from use auth 0 like this, and then inside my first step here inside the add location I will give it some props. The first prop is the next step. So for the next step I will make a function to go to the next step, and then there would be the property details that are going to be equal of property details, and also set property details, which is again equal to set property details. Now let's define the function for the next and the previous step. Okay, on the very top here I would make a function with the name of next step, and what it is going to do, it will change our active state. First it will take the current index step, and then it will say if the current step is less than fourth step, then make the current plus 1, otherwise stay at the fourth step, because we are going to add the 4-step forms. Therefore I am saying if we are at the final step, means if we are at the 4th step, then just stay at the 4, no need to go ahead. And if we are behind the 4, then go ahead by doing plus 1. Similar case for the previous step. So here I would say previous step and set active, take the current, and if the current is greater than 0, then go behind, otherwise stay at the current. As the add location is our first step, therefore there is no need to pass the previous step as a prop. I am just passing the next step. Let's format the code, and inside the add location I will delete this pre-text and I would make a form here. Okay, so our form is going to be divided into the two sections. The first section is the left side and the second section is the right side. Now let's start from the left side where we are going to have our all the inputs. So I am giving the class name of flex center, and in this one let's make the inputs now. Before making the inputs, I have to specify the state of my form. So for specifying the state of my form, I am going to use the use form hook from the maintain form. So for doing this here, I would say const form is equal to use form, and then I have to import use form. So on the top, I would say import this from the maintain form library. And here I have to specify the initial values. So initial values are going to be equal to, the first value is country. By default I am making them equal to our properties details that we are going to receive here. So properties detail, let's double check the name from our add property model. Here I am sending property details, so just copy it, paste it here, and then the set property details like this. So here I would say the country is gonna be equal to property details into country, and then the next thing is city. So city is equal to properties detail into city, and the last one is the address. So again by default it would be equal to address. Okay, now I have to specify some validation rule. So I would say validate is equal to, for the country, for all of them I would make a single rule and would apply to all of them. The rule is gonna be equal to validate string, and in the validate string I will provide the value. Now as we have to use the validate string in other forms also, so I am making it in the common.js. So here's the common.js, open it, and I would say export const validate string, take the value, and here it will be very simple condition. I would say if value into length, means if the length of the string is smaller than 3, and not the and but or if value is equal to null, means if the value is smaller than 3 characters or it's a null, then say must have at least 3 characters, otherwise null. Null means pass the string. So this is our condition in this function. If I format the code here, you can see if the value is smaller than 3 or if it's null, then say must have at least 3 characters, otherwise pass the string. Let's save this and here try to import this function like this one. Now I would simply copy and paste this 2 times, and here I will say city, and the last one would be the address. Now to see these values out of this use form, here I would say const country city address is going to be equal to our form dot values like this. Now we can make our inputs. The first input is going to be a selectable state from the countries. So here I am making a div which is a flex call start, and then inside I am making a select input again from our maintain core, and this input is going to have some props. The first prop is the width of this input. I would say it is 100%, and the next one is with asterisk the label. So for the label I am saying it as the country, and then it is clearable, also searchable, and at the last there is a step that we have to do with all of our inputs, that spread out the form, get input props, and in the inputs prop take the country and make it as a type of input. Okay, let's save this and see in our browser that was the result of doing this. Here if I add a property, there is an error. Of course I was expecting that. It is saying that okay, yeah, The problem with using the select input that we should specify some data. Now we have to specify the data of our countries. So here I would call a function of get all like this, from where I have referenced this get all function. Actually we have to make this. So inside the hooks I am making a new file with the name of usecountries.jsx, and inside this hook first we have to install a dependency. The dependency is yarn add world countries. It's basically give us the list of information from all the countries like their names, flags, currency, etc. Hit the enter button. Okay, it is installed. Now I can import this like this one, and then const formatted countries equal to countries.map for each country. I'm gonna return an object. The object is value, so value is country.name.common. The next one is label. So I want to render the label as some custom string. So in that string first I would say country.name.common, and then concatenate it with its flag. So country.flag, it will add the emoji of its flag, and then the latitude and longitude of that country so that we can render it properly on our map. So it would be equal to country lat lang, and then is the region. So for the region I would say country.region. Okay, so our formatted countries function is completed. Now I will make my hook with the name of const use countries, which is gonna be equal to function, and in this function I would say const get all is equal to the return of formatted countries like this, and return this function as get all. Okay, I also have to export the use countries hook. So I would say export default use countries like this. Let's save this, and the add location at the very top. Here I would say const import the get all from use countries like this. Let's save this. So hopefully now data is also fed to this select import. Let's format the code and try to see in the browser if I add a property. And yep, here I have all the countries name. I can select anyone. Okay, now let's try to add some more inputs. After this select, I would make a text input from maintain core again, and for this input again I would use the width of 100%. So just copy and paste with asterisk. Yeah, this is also the same. The label is gonna be changed, so label is equal to the city, and at the last, as I said earlier, we have to use it for our all the inputs. So I am just pasting it like this, but instead of country it's gonna be city right now. Similarly, I'm going to copy this text input again and paste it here. Instead of city it would be address this time. Let's format the code, and label is also be the address. Let's save this and see here I have the city and address. Now the next thing, we have to render the map on the right side. So to render the map, here I have the right side. I would make a div, and inside div I would render my map component. I think it's not giving me a suggestion of map, so on the very top I would import it. Import map from go outside, and inside the map.jsx, yes, like this. And as the map component receive 3 props, the address, the city is gonna be equal to city, and the country is gonna be equal to country. Let's save this and see if there is an error. No. Here you can see I am at United Arab Emirates in the map as well. So if I go to United States, let me search for the United States. Okay, this is the United Kingdom, and you can type any random city, you can type any address. So let me see something from the map. If I write the name of that city, which is saying Hull, here you can see now it is at the right position of Hull city, and I would give it as street number 1. So street number 1 is nothing in the whole. You can give any valid address and it will be pointed as well. Now we have to style this form correctly. So again I will go to my code, and first of all inside the style I will give it a flex of 1, and then at the very top here I have used the flex center for my left side. Actually that was not the left side was our inputs, that one, and this is our parent div. Okay, so inside this I will give some styling. I would say the gap should be 3 rem, and this is the flex center. Okay, yeah, and I'm also giving a margin top of 3 rem as well. Let's format and save. So to make it in a row direction I can give a justify content as space, not around but the between. Let's see if it is making sense. Okay, there should be a comma. Nope, I think so it's not working. Okay, I got the problem. The problem was the closing side of this div is not the very end, so here it should be like this. Now format the code, and if I see in the browser, yeah, now it's working fine. Here you can see if I try to go to India, this is India, and then try Mumbai. So this is going to the Mumbai and straight to. So it is somewhere in the straight to in the Mumbai. You can also zoom so you can see the detailed map. Okay, now let's try to make our second step, but before going to the second step we should have the buttons to move towards the second step. So after this here I would have a group from the maintain core, and inside this one I would have a button again from the maintain core which is saying next step, and on the button I would say type as submit of the form, and then position should be the center, so like this with the margin top of Excel. Okay, so on the form I have to provide some props on the on submit state. So the on submit I would say take the event and then e dot prevent default to prevent the default behavior of rendering other page, and then I would say handle submit. Now let's make the function of handle submit. Here on the top after these values I would say const handle submit. So before submitting the form first I will validate my form. So here I would use const has errors, means if our form is having any error it would be done by form dot validate. If it doesn't has any error then in that case set property details. First of all spread out the previous one. Let me do it quickly like this one. Spread out the previous, then add the city, address and country from these states of our form values. Okay, and then after doing this go to the next step. I should receive the next step here on the props. So next step like this one, as we are giving it from here, so I'm receiving it here. Let's save this and see in the browser there is an again error that is saying something wrong happened here. Okay, the problem is here I have made a backslash. Let's try again, try to go to next step, and it is working fine. I will close this add location.jsx, and here in the second I would say the upload image component. I would make this. So here inside the components let's make a folder with the name of upload image, and here make a file with the name of upload image.jsx. Now I have to pass some parameters to this, so I would quickly pass the parameters. There are 4 parameters, just copy and pasting them like this. The previous step, next step, property details and set property details. Now let's go to this component, write rfc for quickly making this, and then here I would say property details, set property details. So set property details, next step, and the previous step. So these are all the props that I have received in this component. So now in the return statement, I would make a div with the class name of flex call center and also the class name of upload wrapper. I would use the pure CSS here for making this component. Okay. Now I will render some conditions here. First of all, on the top, I will make a use state, and the use state is gonna be something like this. It is saying image URL, and by default it is equal to our properties detail image that we have mentioned in our add property model. If I go here, this one image is I am referring here. Okay, so if this is null, so I would say if there is no image URL, then in that case return our div with the class name of flex call center and the class name of upload zone. I think it's pretty straightforward, and here I would use an icon from the React icons. Let's paste this AI outline cloud upload. Let's format this, and I should auto import this, and if the auto import is not working, then I can manually type it on the top. Now let's try to format. I think there's still an error. Yeah, the error is I have not made the else condition. So in the else condition, I will make a div for the uploaded image. Yeah, and here I would simply render the image. The src is gonna be equal to our image URL. Now if I try to format the code, after this I would also say here the span upload image like this one. Let's save this. Now if I go to my browser, and again it's crashed. See, the error upload image is not defined. Yeah, the crashing is a common thing while the development. Okay, in that property model, here I have to auto import this component like this. Now hope for the best results. Okay, here I'm at property, next step, and again it is crashed. The error is use state not defined. My god, I'm making so much small mistakes right now. Now this should work fine. Yeah, so here is my upload image icon from the React icons because I have not made any image uploaded. Now first of all, let's make the CSS for our upload zone. So here along with this, I would make a file within the same folder, upload image.css, and here I will import the CSS like import upload image.css. Here let's make the text bigger. First of all, we have the upload wrapper on the very top, which is gonna have margin top of 3 rem and a gap of 2 rem. Now I have my upload zone. So for the upload zone, I'm making the width as 80% and the height of 25 rem. The border is gonna be 2 pixel, not the solid but dashed one with the color of gray, and the cursor is pointer. Okay. Now let's save this and see in the browser what are the results. Okay, I think we have made some difference. Yeah, here there should be the E at the end of this, like this one. And yep, our upload zone is now completed. If I go back, then here I am saying it as uploaded image. That looks fine for me. For the next thing, we have to make a widget for uploading our images to the cloud. Now I am going to use a service from the Cloudinary management. Okay, so do a simple sign up or login if you already have an account. Then on the very first screen, you will be provided with such a dashboard. So now to start work, go to your dashboard. And here in the dashboard, you would find all the configurations that you are going to need to be integrated in our application. And this requires no package directly. What we have to do, we should go to our index.html. So this is my index.html, and in the head I would make a script. So the script is gonna be something like this. You can just copy and paste from this video. Just format it, and here is the src https upload widget.cloudinary.com global all.js. Okay, so I have integrated it in the head of our HTML. Now in the upload image component, first I will make the necessary refs for dealing with this widget. First of all, I would make the two refs, the Cloudinary ref using the use ref and the widget ref. So let's import the use ref from the React like this. Okay, now inside the use effect, I'm gonna use my all the configurations. So use effect. Here the first thing is gonna be cloudinary ref dot current is equal to our window dot cloudinary. So cloudinary like this. Then I would say our widget ref dot current is gonna be equal to cloudinary ref dot current create upload widget. By the way, this whole documentation is present on the internet. The React image and video upload, the cloud documentation, then you can find all of this configuration here in the upload widgets and their SDKs. But I am just making it quicker for you. So inside the upload widget, we have to specify all of our configuration. The first thing is going to be our cloud name. So we can have our cloud name by here in my account. On the dashboard, I have my cloud name. I have just copy and pasting it here like this. The second one is the upload preset. So upload preset is a kind of very critical thing that you should be take care of. Okay, I would delete on later, and the max file I am going to allow only one. Okay, now let's see how we can make an upload preset. Go to your account in the Cloudinary. Here go to your settings, and in the settings go to this upload tab. And in the upload tab, by default you would have something like upload presets. Now here add an upload preset, and please make the signing mode as unsigned. Please remember this, that you should make the signing mode as unsigned. Now save this. Now I have my upload preset with the name of vx0dyjg0. Let's copy this, and here see the settings: unique file name true, delivery type upload, and the access mode public. I have copied the name. In my code, I am gonna paste this code like this. And then after this configuration, the second parameter is a function. So I would say in this function, if the result dot event is equal to success, again you can see all of this configuration on their website. I'm just doing it quickly. Make the result info and then secure URL. So what it will do, if the image has been uploaded successfully to this widget, then in the info.secure URL, we are going to have the URL of that image, and I am setting the set image URL by this function. Now let's go to our upload zone, and this is my upload zone. Here I would add an on click event. So here I am saying on click widget ref.current open means open our current upload widget. Let's save this, go to our browser, and here click on the add property model, go to next step. Again it's crashed. Let's see why. It is saying use effect not defined. Okay, I don't know why I am forgetting too much right now. Let's try again. Add property, next step, try to click here, and this is my upload widget successfully created. Now I can browse. I can see any image in my computer. Let's say, let me find some image of house. I don't think so I am having. Yeah, here I have. I am uploading this one. Okay, so this is done. I should style this image. So again I will go to my code, and here I have referenced this image as the uploaded image. So inside the upload image.css, first I should copy the class name, and then after this upload zone, I am referencing the uploaded image, making the width as the height as 25 rem with the border radius of 10 pixels and the cursor as pointer. The overflow is gonna be hidden. Let me quickly fix this. Okay, let's save this and see. Yeah, so the size of image is looking perfect, but I can change the object fit property. For the same class, I have an image inside it. For that one, make the width 100%, height 100%, and the object fit as cover. Now let's see again. Yep, now my image is looking very beautiful. Okay, if you want to change the image, then there should be an option after the uploading, because right now there is no way you can change this image. So to make this enabled, what I can do, I will simply do the previous step. As here I have made an on click event, so same event I would provide to this div. Here let's save this, Now if I click on this image, it is again giving me the upload widget. And there is one more problem, that here in the use effect I have not specified any dependency, but I should specify the array like this. Now go to the browser and try to change this image. If I try to upload a different image, let's say this one, okay, the image is changed now. Now I have to make some buttons to go to our next step. So inside the code, after this condition, here I am making a group again. So what I can do, I can just copy and paste from our previous step. So here in the add location, if I go to its definition, here I have this group button. Similarly, I am pasting it here. Let's import it from maintain core. Also import the button from the maintain core. And then this is not a type of submit, but this is something else. So here I would say as back, not the step. So this is back and this is next one. I'm giving some parameters to this button. Here I would say the variant is default, and on click go to the previous step. And similarly I would specify some parameters here, that on click handle next, not simply do the next step. And this button is gonna be disabled if there is no image URL, means you cannot go to next step if you have not uploaded an image. So let's make a function of handle next. I would go to the top and here say const handle next. So first of all I have to update my property details. I can do it like this, set property details and change the image URL. And then I would say next step. Let's format the code and see if it's working. Yep, here I am. I should render it again. Let's try to refresh the page. Wait for the login. Add the property. Let's say India. And then here it is uploaded perfectly. Make this done. I think there is a problem with this widget, like it is always giving me upload more files option. So let's see what's the problem. In the upload image.jsx, here where I have made the parameter of max file, it should be max files like this. Now it should work fine. Okay, let's go to again our code, try to go to next step, and yep, the next step is accessible. It is working perfectly. I can always go back and forth. The state is persisted as well. Okay, so in the next step, we are going to ask about the basic details of your properties. So this is essentially just a repetition of our first step, but I would try to give you the explanation of how it is working, but I would make it very quickly. Okay, so inside the basic details, let me first create the component here, basic details, and here basic details dot jsx, write RAFCE. Let's save this and here try to auto import it and see in the browser if it's working. Yeah, it is saying the third step is saying basic details. By the way, for the second step I should also change the label and the description. So here on the second step I would change it like this. Now I have to specify some parameters for the basic details as I specified for the add location and the upload image. So here I am quickly pasting some parameters like this. I think now you have understood this process very clearly. Now I have to receive all of these things. So instead of making all this component manually, what I will do, I am just pasting it all together. And now let me explain what I did here. First of all, again, I have made the use form hook with some initial values that I am taking from the properties details. And then I have specified the validation rules, like title is again by validate string, description is again validate string, and the price is by a new rule. If the price is less than 1000, then say must be greater than $999, otherwise pass it. So it's just the same rule but with a different condition. Now I have extracted out the title, description and price from our form values as we did in the first step. Then I am saying handle the submit. Let's see it on later. But first here again I have the same condition of form, the same type of text inputs, but with just different labels and different names. And at the end I have next and previous button. So on the previous we are simply going back, but on the next step we have to submit the details. So for this one here I have made the handle submit, and first of all I am again checking the form validation, and then if there is no error then update the global state, means update the property details, and then go to next step. All of these steps we have already done in the first step. Okay, so I'm simply saving this, and okay, there is a problem that while importing the validate string, so what I'm going to do, I will try to import it by auto import. Let's save this, and now here I have the title, description and the price. By the way, I was just testing the form, and here I found a bug in our code that it is not validating the strings. Let's say if I am at the first step, and here if I skip the city, then still I am able to go to next step. That should not be the case. It's my bad, I have not tested it while I made this. So I would go to definition of validate string, and here the problem was we forgot to say the return statement. Okay, now if I try it again, now I am skipping the city statement and try to go to next step. Now it is properly validating. If I say it Mumbai now, then it is allowing me to go next step. Similar case would be for the address and country. So these things are working fine. This is working fine. Okay, now I have to change the label and description for this one. Here on the third step I would say something like this. Now it's time to make our final step. So I would say stepper dot step, and on the final step I would ask for the facilities available in the residency. So let's provide it the basic props that we are doing from the first step. I'm copying them, pasting them here. Let's format the code and try to make the facilities component as well. So here make the facilities, and inside this one facilities dot jsx-rfce. Let's save this. In the definition, first of all I will import all of the props like this. Let's format the code, and in the return statement I am quickly pasting some JSX, which is very simple to understand. Okay, now let's see what I have did here. First I have written the box from the maintain core. Let's import it. Then I have a form which is at the end handling the submit. We would make this function. Okay, let me create it right now so that we should not see any unexpected error. Nothing for now. Okay, then I have the number input. So again imported from the maintain core. This is the very basic setup as I have described earlier. The next thing is I have to make the use form. So let me do it quickly as well. Okay, I think on the top. Okay, here I would use the use form hook, which is going to have the initial values at the bedrooms, parkings and the bathrooms. Then some validation rules. Format it also. Extract out the values like this. Now make the handle submit. So instead of doing something like this, I will paste the code which is validating our form again and saying if there is an error then do nothing, otherwise first of all set the properties details, and then we are targeting our mutate function. Now the mutate function is gonna be very important here, but before working with the mutation, let's see if all of these things working fine or not. I know I should import the use form from the maintain first, so like this one, and then let me import all the things that we require from the maintain core at once at the top like this. Now if I check my code, at the error I have this disabled state which is based on the is loading state. Now I think if I remove this and simply say it as add property for now, then it should work fine. Let me check. Yeah, things are looking correct. Say 5000, and yeah, here I have my number inputs of the bedrooms, parkings and bathrooms, and at the end I have the button of add property. Okay, so here we have to put our main logic of uploading a property. Go to our code, and as I said, here we are going to have our mutate function. Here I am making a comment which is saying upload logic, so it is something separate. First thing that I have to do, I should import our user from the use auth 0. The next thing, I have to import our context details. So here import the use context from the React, and the user context, it is not auto importing, so let me import it very top. We have user detail context, so the name is same, sorry, my bad, like this one. After this, I will fetch some of the things from our use properties hooks that we have made at the start to fetch all the properties. Let's auto import this hook as well. It is not again working. Go outside, go to hooks, and then use properties dot JSX. I would format my code, and here make the mutation function. So I would say const mutate and is loading. What to do the use mutation, and here write the mutation function. Inside the mutation function, I would make the create residency. I know we have to make the function of create residency, but I have to provide the parameters, so I would provide the property detail destructure as the parameter with the newly available facilities, which is gonna be our newly created bedrooms, parkings, and as well the bathrooms. Let me see what's the error that it is saying bedrooms. Yeah, it should be the bedrooms. Along with this object, I also have to pass the token. So the token is fetched from the user detail context, and if there is any error occurred during doing this, so I would say on error, let me specify the comma here, on error take the response as a parameter and show the toast message. So import the React Toastify as well, and then if everything is settled, so here I would again make a custom function. First of all, I will say the toast message of added successfully. Then I would reset my property details. So I can reset my property details by saying set property details to the null values. And the last thing is I would say set opened, means I have to close my model, and then set active step as 0, so that next time you open the model it should be at the 0 step, and then the refetch properties. Okay, because once you have uploaded your property, then your all properties list should be updated. Therefore here I am saying refetch properties once the function is settled. Now I have to make the create residency in our api.js. So let me search for the api.js. Here try export const create residency async, and like this, try catch error, throw the error like this. And also in the try block, I would say something like this: on the residency route, create the new route, but receive the data and token as the parameter. Now we don't need to return the response, it's looking enough. Okay, on the facilities, now I would enable this condition. I will simply delete this add property and enabling this condition, and it is saying if is loading, means if it is uploading then say submitting, otherwise say add property. Also I want to say disabled only if it is loading. Okay, and after doing this, here I should also import the create residency from utils API. Let's save this. So now finally try to upload our first residency by the proper procedure. Here I would click on add property. Next step, bedrooms, parkings, bathrooms, add the property. It is saying added successfully. Go to properties, and here it is. This is my first residency saying beautiful house. I can see its location on the map. I can book my visit now. Okay, so our functionality of adding a property is now completed. The next step is we have to make the pages of my bookings and the my favorites. But before doing anything else, I would want to complete my pending component. And I remember our pending component is this search bar, because we have to use this search bar again in our my bookings and my favorites page. So let me first complete this component so that the logic of filtering the properties on the basis of input should be working. So for doing this, I am again going to my VS Code, and here I have closed my all the files. So now inside the components, let's search for our search bar, and yeah, here I have search bar. Open the search bar.jsx. In this component, I will receive the two props. The first is our filter value and the other one is set filter value. And I know you are guessing right that these are going to be a use state. So let's see in our properties page. If I go to my properties.jsx, yeah, right here, if you remember, here we have used our search bar component. So I have to provide props here, but first I have to declare my use state. So here I would say filter set filter. It's gonna be a use state imported from React, and by default it's an empty string. Now pass this as a prop to our search bar. Here filter is gonna be equal to filter and set filter is a set filter. Okay, so now our search bar should be a kind of controlled input. Right now we are not controlling the value of this input, but as we have to apply the filtration, so we should read this value carefully. So I will pass some parameters here. I will say the value of input should be equal to filter, which is by default an empty string, and on change gives us a event, and in this event I would say set filter e dot target dot value. So basically here is the updated value of our input when you are going to type something. And I also want to give a placeholder to this input just because of a better readability on the UI. Let's format the code, save this and see in the browser. So here we are. Now if I'm typing anything, then it is stored in our use state. I know right now it's not applying any filtering logic, but let's do it quickly. So I will go to my properties page, and here I am iterating simply over the data that I have fetched from the backend. But now I have the value of my filter, so I can control this mapping according to our filter. So what I will do, I will just simply comment out our previous logic, and I will try to make a new one by saying data dot filter. First filter the data according to the filter value. So what I will say, take every property as an argument in the iteration, and let's say first of all I am trying to apply the filter on the titles of properties. So what I will do, property dot title, first of all make it lowercase. Okay, so it will make complete string as a lowercase string, and then I would say if this includes our filter dot lowercase. Okay, means if our name is containing the input value that we have made in our filter, then iterate over that data. So at the end apply the same map function. So I'm just copying from our comment. Yeah, let's copy from here. And where is the map? Now format the code. So what I am saying here, first filter the data according to our title and cross match it with our input value, and then only map over the data which is passed by this filter. Let's save this, and if I go to my browser and now let's say I type beautiful house, so I have two beautiful house, this one, and maybe if there is anyone else, let's just type here. Now you can see there is only two houses in the list which contain the string of beautiful house. So how easy it is. Now let's try to apply this filter on the city and country as well. So what I will do, I will make an or in this condition. This or is saying that we are not only applying this filter to the title only, we should also apply this to the city as well. So here I have provided the condition for the city, and the last one is for the country. This one is the country. Let's save this. Again go to the browser, and let me see if I search for a city, let's say New York. So these three houses should be New York. Let me type correctly. Yeah, so these three houses should be in New York. If I open this one, here you can see it is saying New York, United States. I should give a space in this address. So what I will do, I will go to the property.jsx, and here I should be rendering the address somewhere. Let me see. Yeah, so here I am rendering the address. So what I will do, I will simply add this blank space. Control C, Control V, let's save, and now see. Yeah, now there is space in the address and you can see it is in the New York City. So this means our filter is working correctly. We can also apply the same filter according to the country. Let's say this is in Aruba, maybe I don't know which country it is, but if I paste the name here, then only this property is rendering here. Okay, now let's go to our favorites and bookings. So for making the favorites page, inside our pages, let me collapse all of my directory, and inside the src, inside the pages, here I would make a new folder with the name of bookings, and inside this one I would make the bookings.jsx, right, RAFCE, and we have nothing to do so much special in this page. What essentially we have to do, I will copy my properties page. So I am copying this whole component by Control C, pasting it here, Control V, and I have to change the name of properties to bookings. Similarly here, from properties to bookings. Let me see if there is anything else that I have to change. Yeah, I have to change the route for the CSS. So I can say import, go outside, and inside the properties we have properties.css. Let's double check it also. Yeah, inside the properties we have properties.css. Let's save this and now go to our app.jsx to add the route of bookings. So inside the app.jsx, here is the property route, so the properties route, and after this I would make a route. The path is gonna be bookings, the element is bookings. Yeah, let me out import the bookings from the pages as well. Let's save this, go to our menu element component. So I would go to yeah, the name is profile menu component. So inside the profile menu, here is the bookings. I would say on click execute a function which is gonna navigate us to the bookings route. So navigate, yeah, I have to import the navigate first in order to use this. So on the top I would say const navigate is equal to use navigate, which is from React router DOM. Now I can use it here, let's say towards the bookings like this, and please remember to make the parameter of replace as true. So it will not concatenate at the end, but it will essentially replace your URL. So let's save this and see in the browser if there's any error. Now if I go to bookings, yeah, I am on the bookings page and it is rendering the same thing as properties is doing. This one is properties and this one is bookings, so both are doing the same thing. Now on this page we should only render the properties that we have booked. After importing the CSS, what else I have to do in this bookings page? I have to import my bookings first. If you remember, in our user context details we have our bookings array. So I'm going to import the same thing. I would say const user details and inside the users detail destructure the bookings, and we are going to import it from our use context from the React, and I'm giving my user details context as an input to this use context. Now I can filter my bookings according to the IDs that I have here from my overall data that I am rendering here. So you know what specifically I have to do? First, here I am applying the logic of filtration, but what if I first apply the filtering of our bookings and then we use the filter of our search and then finally we map? So it's very simple thing to do. What I will do after this data, first I will apply another filter in which I would say iterate over each property, and then inside the bookings map on each booking ID inside the bookings. It should be booking like this. So it is giving us the booking ID, and then I would say property.id. Return only those property IDs which are included in our bookings. So I hope you understand it. Let's save the code, and in the browser, if I go to the bookings again, yeah, so this is the only property which I have booked so far. Let's try to book some more properties. Let's say I book this one, book my visit for the date 30, book the visit. Okay, you have booked your visit. Now go to the bookings. Now there should be two. Yeah. So our bookings page is now ready, and you see how it is. The searching is also working here either by city, title or country. The next thing is we have to make the favorites page by using the same method. So let me go to the pages, and inside the pages I'm making a folder with the name of favorites, and here favorites.jsxrefce, and let me copy my total bookings page. Let me paste it here, and instead of bookings I would say favorites, copy the name, and in the export default paste it here. Okay, as you remember, along with the bookings we also have the array of favorites. So in this page, instead of bookings, I would filter out the favorites. So favorites like this one, and yep, now instead of bookings I will say filter according to the favorites. Let's save this, go to the browser, and yeah, I forgot to make a route for this one. So inside the app.jsx, quickly copy and paste this and say here as favorites, and the page component is favorites. Now inside the menu, profile menu, I'm just copying this and pasting it here. Let's say it favorites again, replace true. Go to our browser, try to visit the favorites page. Okay, inside the properties I have like this one, and it is included or not. No, it's not working. Let me see the logic again. If I go to the favorites page, here I have extracted out the favorites. Oh yeah, so favorites is itself an array of IDs. We don't need to iterate it over again and then specifically fetch the ID of property. It's already the list of IDs. So I am removing all this and simply saying favorites dot includes property ID. Let me format the code again. Let's save and see in the browser. Yes, here you can see in this list all of my favorite properties are imported. Let's go to properties and try to this one. Okay, I think now it should be in all favorites, and yeah, it's here. You can adjust the alignment as you want, but I have given you the logic how it's working. So the bookings page is ready, the favorites page is ready, we have made our searching component. The next thing is we have to make our details page responsive for the mobile view as well. Here you can see these facilities are not looking very good, and there are also some kind of discrepancies that we can correct. So go to the details page. Details page is the property page. Okay, so property.jsx, close all other pages. I can say close others. I'm opening property.css as well. So property.css, open them side by side, and if I see the facilities, yeah, it lie here with the name of facilities, and it's a flex start, means in the row direction, which is not having a correct space on the page. The alignment is very bad. So what can I do? At the end of property.css, I will make a media query for the small devices. So I will say maximum width 700 pixel. So means if the device is having maximum of 700 pixels width, then do this thing. First of all, inside the property container, the div should have the flex direction of column. Now I'm making all of my flex as the flex direction column for the mobile views. It's a common practice in the design that on the mobile screen we have all the things in vertical direction. However, on the desktop we have both horizontal and vertical. So same thing for the facilities, make flex direction column. and also line items flex start instead of center. And then there is the properties detail. Inside we have a div and make the width as 100%. For that, let's save this and see. Yeah, now it's looking perfect. If I go to iPhone SE, it's looking good here, it's looking good here, and I can do simple like this one. Yeah, the map is rendering correctly. There is the description, location, everything's fine. And similarly, if I go to the other page, let's say properties page, it's also looking fine on the mobile screen. It was a great project. We did a lot of stuff. I know the duration of this tutorial was so long, but I hope that you people have learned so many things in this journey. The next thing that we have to do is finally deploy our project to internet so you can show it to your potential clients. You can put it on your portfolio. Anybody can visit your hard work and see what you have built so far. So let's do this. Let's start the deployment process. So for deployment, as you know, we are going to use the Vercel platform. So we have to install some configurations in our project. So within the server directory, here I am making a file with the name of Vercel.json, and here you should paste some configuration. You should just copy and paste from this video. By the way, I would also explain you what it is. Here these are the builds directory, that what should be the source of build. It is our index.js that we have made here as the starting, or you can say entry point of our application. And then these are the routes. The source means which routes are acceptable as the endpoints, and destination is from where they got served. So we are mentioning only slash. The slash is going to reference this index.js. I think it's enough for understanding this, and it's quite simple configuration. Let's save this. Similarly, add a Vercel.json in the client side. Oh my god. Okay, so in the client side, add Vercel.json, and here you should also just copy and paste some configuration as I am doing here. Okay, now let's save this. Now you should make your GitHub repository. I know you are starting from my starter pack that I mentioned that you should clone the website. So I think you are currently on the same repository, means you are on my repository. But what you can do, if you click on this client and click the right button and then reveal in file explorer, so such directory will open in front of you. Here you should have a git folder. It's a kind of hidden file, so you should do view, show and hidden items. You should enable this so that you should be able to see the hidden files. Now what you have to do, you just have to delete this folder so that you should be disconnected from my repository. Okay, I am not doing this because I am on my correct account and I have deployment. By the way, if you want to deploy from your account, then just delete this git. Go to the VS Code, and here on the source control of GitHub, it should be asking you for making a new repository, initialize the repository. So just do some basic steps like initializing a repository, giving it the name and commit the files. Let's say I'm commit this, I am saying it adding Vercel. So adding Vercel config, stage all the changes and commit, sync the changes on the main. Yep. So you should make your own repository and then just do this commit. Okay, the next step we have to do, we have to go to vercel.com. So here I am on the vercel.com and this is my dashboard. These are all of my previous deployments that I did for the tutorials. So right now I am making a new project. By the way, we have to do two deployments, first for the backend and then for the front end. Okay. So here it is mentioning me the repository name full stack real estate YouTube. I have connected my GitHub account. You can also do with the Vercel. It's a very basic setup. You just have to add GitHub account, give your credentials and you are good to go. So it is scanning my repository from my account. This is a full stack real estate YouTube. I am importing this. Okay, I think before doing further steps, we have to do some changings. So I would again go to the VS Code. Let's go to our package.json. I just remember that we have also installed the Prisma. So To work with the Prisma, we have to do some extra configuration while deployment. Here I would say post install, run a script of Prisma. It is officially recommended by the Prisma team that if you are deploying on the Vercel, then do this post install step. What it will do first, it will deploy our application as a normal behavior, and then at the end it will make the Prisma generate, means it will generate a new client so that no cache should be maintained. Otherwise it will give us an error on the deployment. So I am saving this. Let me make an other commit. Okay, Prisma config added, like this. Let's commit it out, and here in the Vercel it should be updated automatically. I'm canceling this deployment. I am again going to import my project, and yep, this one. Okay, now I have to select the root directory. The framework preset should be other because it's a backend, so just keep it as other, and in the root directory select the server. Okay, keep these settings as they are, and in the environment variables we have to paste our .env variables. So I would go to my .env. Here you can see the complete env. I am just doing Control A, Control C for the copy, and on the first line here I am pasting them all. So it has automatically detected our name and values. So I think all things are looking fine for me now. Now the last step, just click on the deploy button, and the deployment process is started. Let's see the logs. Okay, yeah, at the end here you can see it has run the command of Prisma generate, and yep, congratulations, you just deployed a new project to Vercel. And if I go here, it is saying we cannot get. Yeah, that's pretty much expected because we have not set up any default get route. But what I can do for its testing, I would go to my server, and here in the index.js I would go to my residency route. So I am copying this route again, my browser, add it at the front of our deployment like this, and here I will call all residency endpoint, and let's see if it is giving us response or not. Yep, there is the response. All of our residencies, means our deployment is successfully done. Okay, similarly the next step is to deploy our front end. So for the front end, what I am going to do, okay, continue to dashboard. I should change its name. If I go to settings, here I can say it as server. Let's save it. Okay, so now on my dashboard, here I would say new one, project, same project, and this time select the wheat and add it, select the client side, continue. I think we are not having any environment variables on the client side. Double check. I don't think so. Here we have anything to make configured. So all the things are looking fine for me. Let's go ahead and click on the deploy button. So the front end is also deployed now. And if I click here, I think no screenshot available. Yeah, because it has just deployed and our project is pretty much heavy. So if I click on this, yep, it is deployed successfully. And yeah, these are the expected bugs. It is saying something went wrong because we have not set up our deployed backend with our front end. So what we can do, again I will go to my VS Code, and on the let me just close all of these files. On the client side I would go to src, and here inside the utils I have api.js. okay, here I have to change this base URL. So if I go to my browser, and what was my, yeah, this was my backend route. So I will copy the route of my deployment, and here instead of saying localhost 8000 I will give this route like this to my api.js, and then here I can say the name of this commit as base URL updated. Let's commit sync changes, yes. Now again go to the Vercel, and here's my project. I should see, yeah, here it is saying base URL updated. I think it should say it's the full stack YouTube, it's the backend. Okay, Here it is the front end which is updating. Let's wait for build to finish. Okay, our build is finished now. Let's wait some more seconds. Okay, now visit our website and hope that everything is working fine in our website. Okay, yeah, seems pretty nice. The residencies are populating on the properties page. Yep. Now I want to show you an error on the login flow because I know there would be an error. If I click on this login button, then here you can see, yeah, the site can't be reached because still on our authentication flow we have configured the localhost 5173, which is not the current case because now we have deployed our application. So yeah, you are learning a lot of things in this tutorial. I know. I know whether you agree or not, but you are learning. So let's see how we can fix this bug in our authentication flow now. So what I will do, I will go to my auth0 account here again inside the applications. Okay, yeah, this one, no, I think this one is real estate YouTube, or maybe like this. Remove the backslash, and this is with the backslash, and this is the callback one, I think. Yeah, so this is done. Now I also have to fix this, then this one, and yep, this also. Okay, let's save the changes. Now go to our code, and if I go to main.jsx on my client side, here you can see I have main.jsx and my redirect URI this one, so I have to change this as well like this. Let's save this. Now auth0 updated, make this commit like this, sync the changes, so it will start a redeployment on the Vercel. Okay, go to the project, this one. Here it is saying auth0 updated. Wait, I see. Yeah, here it is saying auth0 updated. I think it is in queue. Now if I try to go to our application, let's close this old one. I will copy this URL and let me close all of the windows and go to my previous account where I was logged in before, and then let's try to do a login and hope for the best. There may be an error or no, but let's try to log in, and I think if I open the console as well, there is nothing in the console. Try to log in again, and callback URL mismatch. Okay, so I spent a lot of time debugging that why our authentication flow was not working. So it was just a cache bug from the GitHub side that we were updating our code, and I was pushing, like I was making the commits, but the commits were not reflecting in the Vercel. So what actually I did, I just removed my previous deployment. You can also delete if same thing is happening to you. Just go to your deployment. This one is my front end. Go to the settings, and then from here you can delete your deployment, and then you again have to repeat the same process of importing your repository and then selecting the vite and then just simply deploy. So now this is my new URL of deployment, or you can also say this one. I would prefer this one where it is saying domains instead of deployment. So this one is my new domain. What I did, I went to my VS Code, and here in the redirect UI I pasted this new URL, and also I went to the auth0, and here I did the same thing. I just replaced all these URLs like login URL, callback URL, logout URL with my new deployment. So now if I try the login flow, here you can see this is the login page, and yeah, now I am logged in successfully on this deployed URL. Now if I try to add a property to see if our server is also responding correctly or not, Here it is added successfully. Now go to properties and here I can see my newly added property, awesome house. If I search for this one, here the searching is also working fine. If I go here, I am seeing his live location on the map, on the deployed URL. So our overall application is working fine. I hope you liked this tutorial a lot and it would help you in the future for making the new awesome full stack projects. If you wanna see me to make more such full stack tutorials, then please support me on Patreon and also subscribe the channel. The subscribing audience is very less to the ratio of the viewers, so please hit the subscribe button and also like and comment. Let me know down in the comments what you wanna see next. Till that, goodbye.